Just use the up and down button. This is good.
Excuse me, is there a way for the public to speak?
Yeah, you're going to get to do that.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if we were on mute or how it worked.
Yeah, everybody should stay on mute until the time comes to talk.
Stay on mute.
I don't.
Do you see your mute button at the bottom of your window? The WebEx window should show somewhere a mute and stop video and share and stuff like that.
Well, I never.
Okay, I hereby call to order the meeting of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission, Thursday, June 16th.
Tom, can you hear me? There's an echo, babe. You're gonna have to leave.
I think we were just all getting muted, so I don't want to override. I think it was a general override that everybody got muted.
Mr. Chair, I attempted to mute everyone, so if everyone can just stay muted until it's your opportunity to speak, please. Thank you.
Charlie Gonzalez,
Here.
AJ Gonzalez,
Here.
Steve Krenz,
Here.
Leroy Lopez, Wendy Piard, Frank Katz,
Here.
Ria Serna. Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Vicki, any amendments?
Mr. Chair, there are no amendments or tabled or withdrawn items on the agenda.
Okay. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Approval of the minutes of May 19, 2022. Can I get a motion for approval?
I move approval.
I have a second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Let's head up to the new business. Case number 22-5030, High Desert Relief Conditional Use Permit. Jose, please proceed when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. High Desert Relief applicant Jeff Robb, owner, requests approval of a CUP to allow a 2,880 square foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis. Ordinance number 2021-03, section 10.22.3.3 defines a cannabis producer or cannabis producer microbusiness that cultivates cannabis plants indoors shall be treated the same as the following, and that's a commercial greenhouse. The property is within the residential estate zoning district. Appendix B of the SLDC illustrates a commercial greenhouse as a conditional use within the Res E zoning. The site is located at 33 and 40, 50, and 51 Persia Court in the Stanley area. SDA 2 within Section 1, Township 10 North, Range 8 East, Commission District 3. The applicant requests approval of a CUP to allow a 2,880 square foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis. The facility will be located on a 10-acre parcel, allowing
That's how
the
you get out of the
greenhouse
picture. Now I know how to get out of the picture.
over
Perfect,
70
thank
feet from
you.
the property lines in all four
Will you shut the
directions.
door? Thanks.
The facility is centrally located within 40 acres, which the applicant owns. The closest neighboring structure is approximately 2,000 feet away. The applicant is required to abide by various strenuous New Mexico regulation and licensing department regulations pertaining to the facility, security systems, and monitoring. The applicant has been producing medical cannabis for the state of New Mexico for over 10 years. The applicant states, "We understand that a primary concern with any cannabis production facility would be nuisance odor. To control this concern, we will employ commercial air scrubber carbon filtration units within the facility to prevent this from ever being an issue. Air scrubbers carbon filtration units used for air filtration are consistent with industry standards. For obvious security concerns, this is important for us as operators to control the issue so that we are not broadcasting our activities to anyone, regardless of the location, nature of this property, and the placement of our facility within the 40-acre property." The applicant has addressed the CUP criteria, and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. The applicant addressed and staff reviewed the following applicable design standards: access and easements, fire protection, fences and walls, lighting, parking and loading, road design standards, utilities, water supply and water conservation, energy efficiency, terrain management, solid waste, and air quality. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with the pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the facts presented support the request for a conditional use permit to allow a 2,080 square foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis. The use is compatible with the current development within the affected zoning district. The use will not impact adjacent land uses. The application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of the conditional use criteria set forth in Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.5. The review comments from the State Historic Preservation Office and county staff have established findings that this application to allow a 2,880 foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis is in compliance with state requirements and design standards set forth in the SLDC. On April 20th, 2022, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request to allow a 2,880 square foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis with the conditions recommended by staff. The recommendation of the hearing officer and staff's recommendation is for approval of a conditional use permit 2,880 square foot commercial greenhouse for the purpose of producing cannabis, subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record. And Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Does the commission have any questions of staff? No, not yet. All right. Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Drew Stewart and Jeff Robb of High Desert Relief.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
I'm
Commissioners.
sorry. Please make your presentation.
Oh, no, Charlie. Oops.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Gentlemen, will you raise your right hand? I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes.
And will you state your name and address, please?
Drew Stewart, Stuart, 14401 Oakwood Place, Northeast, Albuquerque, Mexico, 87123.
Jeff Robb, ROBB, 9710, Avenida del Oso Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87111.
Just came now. Yeah, okay. Okay. Where are we at, Karen? Okay, thank you. All right, the applicant, please start your presentation.
Okay, well, thank you for spending this time with us today. We're pleased to provide the proposed conditional use permit for the use of producing cannabis at the 33 Persia Court in Stanley, Mexico, 87056.
Can you speak up a little bit more, sir?
Yes.
Can you speak up a little bit more so we can hear you out here?
Yes. We feel as though we've addressed all concerns, issues by the SDLC and the Santa Fe County process for the conditional use permit. We own the land, we have sufficient water rights, and we have basically the infrastructure. We're just seeking your approval so for us to continue and move forward with this project of the 2,800 square foot greenhouse on this property. Do you have any questions or concerns that we can address?
Okay, does the commissioner have any questions?
I do, Mr. Chair.
JJ?
Mr. Robb, how long have you owned this property?
We purchased it in June of 2021.
Is that a year ago?
Yes.
1 year ago?
Yes.
Did you purchase 40 acres?
Yes.
Was that a farm of some sort?
At some point, but I don't think it had been used for several years.
And are there current water rights on the property that are active?
Yes.
And where do you produce cannabis now? You said you had a cannabis producer for the last 5 or 10 years.
Yep, so we've had a license since 2010 for medical cannabis. We have a license for recreational as well now. We have 3 dispensaries in New Mexico, 2 in Albuquerque, 1 in Santa Fe. Our current production facility is in Albuquerque, indoor facility.
Where is your production facility now?
In Albuquerque, New Mexico.
In the city or just in?
In the city, in a commercial warehouse, a 30,000 square foot warehouse.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Okay.
Thank you, JJ. Does the commission have any other questions of the applicant? No, at this time? I have a couple questions of staff.
Okay.
Well, Seth, when I was reviewing the packet, I noticed I didn't see a terrain management plan prepared yet. Is that going to be required later on?
I believe that's going to be required, but the rest, it is on the surrounding properties. There's 3 more 10-acre lots that were used for irrigation. So the only thing that's really going to be water coming off is a greenhouse and maybe their parking area, their access point. So yes, we would address that before we record the CUP.
Okay. Another question I have is, I noticed that there's a note that the project's going to comply with the county's vegetation plan, vegetation management plan. Does that include new landscaping as well?
Mr. Chair, this would have some landscaping, and of course, any disturbed areas would have to re-veg.
So a landscaping plan would be required at that time as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, okay. Another question. Same thing on rainwater harvesting. Is that the same issue?
Mr. Chair, yes, we're going to try to get some kind of rainwater harvesting. It's going to be a little tough off of a greenhouse, but yes, they'll have to.
Yeah, that's more for like outdoor kind of stuff.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. But a cistern will be required for this, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Any commercial or non-residential structure requires a cistern.
Okay. Being that it's inside and it's inside, is there any kind of changes that happen as far because of the winter? Any kind of changes in watering or anything like that?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the answer to that. Maybe the applicant would.
Okay, I'll have the applicant, okay. Also on the plan, it said something about all-weather road surface. Was that base course or asphalt?
Mr. Chair, that's going to be a base course road.
Okay. I also did notice that a sprinkler system was not required. Is that because it's a metal construction?
Mr. Chair, yes, the type of the structure it is, I don't think the fire marshal had really any concerns with a sprinkler system.
Okay, the last question I had was, I was looking at the criteria on security. It looks at on exhibit MBA 12. Maybe it's me, but it sounds like that note is kind of confusing. It looks like it's conflicting, talking about a 6-foot high fence and an 8-foot high fence.
I think that is referenced, it can't go above 8 feet, and I was just mentioning that our fence as built is 6 feet in height, so falling beneath the mandated height requirement of 8 feet, so in compliance by 2 feet.
I couldn't hear all that.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, what exhibit were you talking about?
It's NBA-12. And basically, under commercial cannabis establishments, the heading says security fences and walls shall not exceed 8 feet in height. And then if you read the rest of the paragraph, it says, high desert relief current existing fence around the construction area for the commercial greenhouse is 6 feet in height. The fence is constructed out of steel posts and a 12.5 gauge steel fencing material covered with an opaque windscreen to limit visibility outside of the area. This fence nor any future fencing shall exceed 8 feet in height.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if that was a typo on the applicant's behalf, but we would allow an 8-foot fence as part of the permitting. Anything exceeding 8 feet would have to go through another process.
So is this coming in as a 6-foot high or 8-foot high fence?
6.
Mr. Chair, I would say 6 foot.
6 foot? Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Steve has a question.
This is for the applicant. So this is a metal frame building with a membrane covering, or a metal frame building with a metal covering? What is this?
Polycarbonate panels. So it's a steel structure with polycarbonate opaque panels. They come in sheets. So they'll be fairly rigid. I think it's maybe 8.5 millimeters thick, the paneling.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any of the commission members have any more questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
I have a question for the applicants. Is the commercial greenhouse building that you have in Albuquerque, does that have the same specs as the one that you're going to be constructing, this new one?
We don't have that erected. We are in a 32,000 square foot brick and mortar building, if you will, but we've purchased the greenhouse, which is under tarps currently on this lot. So we have not erected this building yet, nor have we grown under a greenhouse previously.
And I had seen the comment that the fire marshal said that you didn't need a fire suppression system. Is that also going to be the case once you apply for a building permit? a sprinkler system?
Are you asking us?
I think the square footage, and I will have to re-up on the code, but I think per Albuquerque, if it's under, I want to say 8,500, maybe 5,500, it's not required a sprinkler system. But I guess I don't have the answer for that, but I will find out in the bill as soon as we can, and obviously shall be addressed if we are allowed to proceed to the building permit process.
For the new commercial greenhouse?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
if you do have to get a fire suppression system, is that going to be adequate for your existing water budget?
Yes, our budget is quite extensive. We had to submit this to the RLD Cannabis Control Division as well. So we're budgeting our annual usage at 407,500 gallons. 182,000 of that will be for the actual watering of the plants. The additional 225,000 will be our estimated usage for the wet wall. It's basically a swamp cooler on the end of that. And our water rights is 34.375 diversion acres. So that comes out to 11 million acres, which we will fall,
11 million
gallons, excuse me. And we will not even breach that. We'll be as reasonable as we are time we do usage requirement of water as we see it. So yes, we will definitely have more water allocated should that be required.
Anything else, Rhea? You okay? Thank you. Okay, does the commission have any other questions of staff or the applicant?
Mr. Chair,
JJ?
I've got a couple of questions for the applicant. How many people are going to be employed at this facility?
Approximately 6 people. We have in our organization right around 60, but because of the size and the efficiency of which we produce, we will probably have 5 full-time personnel, and then we will obviously expand that come harvesting time, which with some of our existing employees already. We did actually just happen the other day, but one of the neighbors of our property who had seen our signs posted stopped by one of our stores and wanted to get a job with us and asked if we were hiring, and we'll definitely look into that. So there are a couple people that we will have to bring on, and we're hoping to hoping to find some that are local and obviously close proximity to this location.
The other question I have is how many people are going to be there 24 hours a day? I'm sure you have security 24 hours a day.
We have stringent security requirements by the CCD, but most of that is just cameras. I mean, even our facility here, we don't staff 24 hours a day. As submitted with our RLD application, we have our working hours from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And then we have security systems that have intrusion alarms. So if we set areas and there's any motion within that time during the arm period, we're notified via text message, via email. And again, we're kind of isolated in the nature as where this location resides. So as long as we mentioned in our nuisance odor suggestions, as long as we're not broadcasting what we're doing, we're hoping to stay a little bit under the radar with our activities. So,
and the other question I have is how long does it take for you to respond to an intrusion?
My house is 34 minutes from this location. So 34 minutes, but we've already gotten Moriarty Sheriff. I mean, we have to notify the local law enforcement, Moriarty being the closest, I guess.
It's actively.
And it's actively monitored. So our alarm system.
The other question I have, are you confident you can handle an intruder to your property? Are you the
Yes,
person that-
we are, but I mean, it's also one of those things where it's not worth life and limb. I think that's one of the big misconceptions. Like, if somebody gets the jump on us per se, we are not going to necessarily risk our lives for this. This is one of those things where it can be replaced, regrown, and hopefully it doesn't occur, but we will have as security as dialed in as we can. And if it requires, if we are having some nuisance or some issues, and it requires 24-hour monitoring, like on site, that will be done. Like, we want to protect our assets, and we've been doing this again for 12 years, and we've had attempts, and we've just dealt with them. Fortunately, we've had no product, and I'll knock on wood that that doesn't happen again, but we've been very conscientious of the security and the level of security that we need to provide. But at the same time, it's not worth getting into an armed confrontation for this.
I'm glad to hear that you're not going to risk life and limb to protect this commodity. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, I mean, it's 3-month life cycle, so if they do get anything and we repair and move forward, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
You answered the questions good with your security. I'm glad to hear you have cameras, motion sensors, and the other secret things you might have to protect this greenhouse. You did a good job on this application also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We worked hard.
Thank you, JJ. Does any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anybody want to speak in favor or against this project? Please come forward.
Mr. Chair, I have unmuted everyone who's on the computer, but if anyone's calling in by phone that wants to speak, they may have to hit *6 in order to unmute themselves.
Thank you, Vicki. Again, anybody out there that wants to speak in favor or against this, please come forward. Or on the online. Okay. I guess there's no one wants to speak. I'm going to close the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the commission? The discussion? Where do you want to go from here?
Mr. Chairman,
Steve?
I move that we accept the proposal as presented by county staff.
With staff's conditions? With staff's conditions?
Yes, with staff's conditions.
I would second the motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and consideration.
Take care. Okay, let's go to the next case, which is recommendation on ordinance number 2022. We don't have that number yet, but it's on an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code to add a definition of community solar. And
Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Paul.
I wasn't sure that was you, Paul.
It's been a while.
In a while.
Exactly. My name is Paul Olafson. I'm with the Community Development Department, and with me today is Penny Ellis Green, our Growth Management Director, Nate Crail, who's with our Planning Division, and Lucy Foma with our Planning Division. And I'm just doing the introduction for this community solar ordinance. Nate will be giving a presentation, and we have some other staff, I think, online as well, if we have questions or they can provide support. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Nate.
Thank you, Paul.
Give my presentation.
I have that in here.
Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Oh, we're just waiting on pulling up this. We're just waiting on the slides.
the screen. Sharing. Okay.
All right, excuse for the delay. All right, so community solar, next slide. So you might be wondering, what is community solar? So essentially, it is a virtual subscription that goes directly through the electrical distribution lines to consumers. And it provides bill savings to individual consumers. And so what makes it different from commercial solar is that community solar allows for access to solar energy for low-income customers, both renters and owners who might not be able to install panels. And the Community Solar Act was passed by the State of New Mexico legislature in 2021. And currently this year, the Public Regulation Commission created community solar rules, and they're still tweaking the rules for the community solar in this 2-year experiment that they're as a pilot phase. Next slide. So why community solar? First, it not only has community cost-saving benefits for customers, it allows equal access to all residents, so that if you haven't been able to purchase panels yourselves, you have a way to still access solar energy. The state act included a 30% low-income carve-out. Community solar has economic stimulus through not only clean energy jobs, but other business opportunities in the county. And in addition to that, the community solar allows for electrical resiliency through solar energy. Next, it meets our county goal, SGMP goal 23, which is to support energy efficiency and renewable energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and dependence on non-renewable energy use. In addition, community solar supports SGMP Goal 24, support the development and use of sustainable renewable energy production and distribution infrastructure, and reduce dependence on non-renewable energy use. Next, the community solar supports Resolution 2017-68, which was a commitment to support the Paris Agreement goal to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The county's sustainability office has completed an emissions inventory and identified reduction strategies, including transitioning to solar energy to achieve this goal. And finally, it meets the county pledge of Race to Zero, which is the pledge to reduce emissions from operational buildings 60% by 2025 through renewable energy and efficiency upgrades, and to achieve the same goal for all buildings throughout the county by 2030. Next slide. So you might be wondering, why now? So it is the Public Regulation Commission in July will solicit RFPs, and they estimate by October 1st that they will evaluate and rank these bids. However, they're still tweaking these rules, and the exact deadline might be changed, but regardless, we have to, the time is of the essence. And for this pilot phase, there's a statewide cap of 200 megawatts, but that's divided up among the electrical utilities. And for our area, in the PNM area, the PNM is a statewide cap of about 125 megawatts, and we share that with Albuquerque and a couple other regions. So in order to get community solar in Santa Fe County, we have to act quickly. And so the amendment to the SLDC we are updating the SLDC to accommodate and facilitate the community solar projects. Next slide. So for the proposed amendment to the SLDC, it involves 3 sections. The first is to add a definition of community solar to the SLDC. The next section is to add a new section 10.25 to address the standards for community solar facilities. And then the last section is to add a clause to section 8.11.3.5.2 to prohibit a community overlay district from restricting the location and procedures for installing community solar facilities. Next slide. So the community solar definition is the following. It is a facility governed by the 2021 New Mexico Community Solar Act, as may be amended, that generates and may store electricity by means of a solar photovoltaic device. Subscribers to the facility receive a bill credit for the electricity generated in proportion to the subscriber's share of the facility's kilowatt-hour output. In addition to that new definition, we are also amending the definition of commercial solar energy production facility to include the clause "and may store." Next slide. So for section 10.5, we are in the supplemental zoning standards section. We are creating a community solar section. So it's in order to facilitate and accommodate the needs of community solar, as well as minimize adverse impacts on neighboring properties. Next, the applicability. Community solar projects are considered a permitted use in all zoning districts and are subject to the following standards. Next slide. And a caveat to these, you can find the specific language of these standards in the proposed ordinance, but here is a summary of them. The first is buffering and screening are not required for ground-mounted facilities. The next is external access road and on-site driveways to accommodate fire code regulations. Next is native plant reseeding in the disturbed area of the facility, as well as reducing fire risk through properly managing weed and plant materials. Next, the utility line shall comply with section 7.12 of the FCLDC. Next, there will be a 5-foot property setback required on all sides of the facility that is 20 feet in height or less, and a community solar facility that is over 20 feet in height shall meet the setback requirements of its zoning district. Next, the rooftop solar facility requirements. And then the next standard is that state approval shall be submitted prior to development permit issuance. The next standard is community solar facilities shall be set back 300 feet from rivers, streams, wetlands, and all riparian areas. And then the final standards are about decommissioning a community solar facility that will happen within 12 months after the end of the useful life of the facility, or after 12 consecutive months of not generating electricity. And some of this language is being tweaked by Penny and Roger, but overall this is the language for these standards. Next slide. And this is for section 8.11.3.5.2, and we are adding a subparagraph L for that a community overlay district shall not restrict the following: location of and procedure for approving and installing a community solar facility. And I stand now for any questions or comments about the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, I think Penny's going to come up and speak.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Paul's going to go ahead and hand out a slight change to the ordinance. As staff was reviewing this, we're recommending 2 changes for clarification. The first one is on page 2. I'll let Paul continue handing that out first. But it is underlined in red on page 2 of the ordinance. And this is where we talk about utility lines. And this would be to make clear that the connection between the actual community solar facility and the electric utility infrastructure that's there would be considered a local distribution facility. The code is not really clear on what a transmission line and a distribution line is, but they are treated differently in the use table. A transmission line would require a conditional use permit. And as you've seen with this, we're treating the community solar projects as permitted uses. So a distribution line is also considered a permitted use. We don't expect to see these located very far from an existing utility facility, just because otherwise it really wouldn't be it would be cost prohibitive if it was too far away. The second change and clarification we wanted to make is on page 3 at the top, under number 7. stating that the rooftops that can be 8 foot, that where a solar can go 8 foot higher, is non-residential or multifamily. There's already a section in the height standard for residential that allows solar panels to be 3 foot taller than residents. So this would allow on non-residential buildings and multifamily buildings the solar panels to be 8 foot higher. In general, you're going to see a non-residential or a multifamily building being a much larger mass than a single-family residential. So we just wanted to make those two clarifications, and we stand for questions.
Thank you, Penny. Does the commission have any questions about Penny? I have a couple questions. Penny, is this going to cause any easement problems? Do you foresee any easement problems for any of this stuff in the future or anything like that at all?
Mr. Chair, I mean, these properties will definitely have to have access easements granted, and so we would make sure they have legal access to get to the property before they come in for development.
Okay. I don't know if this makes any sense, but I was reading on there somewhere where it says that SMW array can support 1,250 homes. I'm just curious, how small can you go? Is there such thing as a 1 MW?
Mr. Chair, I don't know what the minimum size is, but the definition of community solar for the state purposes is up to 5 megawatts. So I don't know, I think it would be a matter of what they've deemed commercially viable in terms of the infrastructure cost and then how much they could make from that.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. Okay, also, I think I saw something out there where this stuff could be put anywhere. Is this going to include no building in our code? Like, 30% slopes, rock outcroppings, floodplains?
Mr. Chair, no. You would have to be in a buildable area, but they are allowed in any zoning districts as a permitted use. But the other sections of the code, like terrain management, would still need to be complied with, as would archaeological inspections and things like that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the commission have any questions? Steve, please do.
I'd just like to follow up on this question that the chairman raised about the minimum size of these. So basically, it says here that subscribers to the facility, et cetera, et cetera. What would happen if somebody wanted to come and say, I'm building a solar array, I'm a single subscriber, and I want to be able to do it under this guideline? In other words, what's the difference between an individual putting in a solar array today for like their house or something, and an individual putting in a solar array under this community solar array ordinance?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I may address that. So what we're proposing with this ordinance is to create a third category of solar permitting within Santa Fe County. Currently, we have residential solar permitting, and then we have commercial solar permitting. And this is a third category, which is in between those two. For residential solar, we have a permit checklist. We get those permits already. It's not a super arduous permit to obtain. This would add another level because they would have to go through a site development plan. I don't anticipate that someone would opt to come in as a single subscriber to go through a site development plan, state requirements, and a harder checklist than to just do a single residential solar.
You're saying that for a community plan, it's a more difficult checklist than for an individual solar plan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, they also have to comply with the act, the state act, and state compliance. And then so the other part is that community solar ties into existing infrastructure, so they have to have a connection agreement with PNM to do this. It's not that they're tying in directly to their own residents. So it's another level, it's like a couple more levels of complication because it has to go through state compliance, and then it also has to have had an agreement with PNM to connect with their distribution lines. An LOI.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, and
Chairman.
then, sorry, it's been a very collaborative group, and I should mention that there's also been, so it's been sustainability, economic development, community development, planning, building and development services. We've all been working very collaborative on this, but there's another part that Paul mentioned and Nate mentioned, the low-income carve-out. So they also have to have a 30% carve out for low to moderate income families to subscribe to each array, or yeah, to subscribe to each array. Right.
I have another follow-up question on that. Who would be responsible for maintenance of these community solar areas?
The developer.
Developer would? Okay, thank you. I think Wendy had a question.
Is the only difference between the commercial can sell the credits, the community credits the subscribers back?
I think that there are a couple differences. One is the size. A commercial solar would likely be substantially larger. They would also possibly have their own infrastructure, from what I understand. I could be wrong about that, but community solar is it ties into a existing utility, and it's subscriber based, so people buy kind of shares of that garden and then get those credits on their utility bill.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Rhea, please do.
There is a lot of talk about residential subscribers, but let's say within a planned development, there's also commercial subscribers. Would they be eligible?
Ms. Chair, Commissioners, I believe so. I believe that's fine. As well as government.
Okay, does the commission have any other questions? No? Anybody else going to speak? All right, this is a public hearing. Do we have anybody who wants to speak on this?
Again, Mr. Chair, if anyone wants to speak, they'll either need to unmute themselves if they're on the computer, or on the phone, they'll have to hit *6 to unmute themselves.
How about that? Is anybody out there?
Mr. Chair, it looks like Miss Janet McVicker would like to speak.
Okay, please get sworn in first, and then you can ask your questions.
Ms. Vicker, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes, I do.
And Janet, can you give us your address?
17 Vista, Alondra.
Thank you.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. It may be that I don't understand all of what the proposed ordinance covers, but I have a few short questions. It's unclear in the language that was read in this meeting whether the community solar would include all or just low-income customers. The language was stated in two different ways on that. The second question is, what would the range be of service from a facility? And the third is, what location would the facility be? Or is that just up to the developer?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could address that. The first question, it's not limited to low-income subscribers. It could be any subscriber, but there is a portion that's dedicated to try and serve low-income subscribers. So that's the 30% carve-out.
Okay.
For the second question, the service area, if it were a community solar array within PNM service area, any PNM subscriber could buy into that system. There's also community solar opportunities for co-ops. So it's not limited to a P&M service area. It could also be in our other electric co-ops. And then the third question was where they'd be located, and that would be dependent on the developer, what they were proposing when they applied for their community solar permit to site that facility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. Anybody else out there have any questions? Please come forward.
I'm coming forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe Miles Conway would like to speak as well.
Okay. Please state your name and address to the recorder.
Miles Conway, 495 New Mexico, 592 87506.
Mr. Conway, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be of the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Please proceed, sir.
I don't necessarily have any questions. I just want to speak in support of the changes in this sustainable land use code that will allow and facilitate the development of community solar facilities, both on behalf of the association. We are a 400-member builders association in northern New Mexico. We are certainly looking at new developments for both affordable and market rate housing. There's been a lot of excitement about the potential of hooking up future developments to community solar arrays. So thank you, the commission, for bringing, and staff for bringing this forward. And on a personal note, as someone who earns a very good living, but owns a very old house, the costs involved, even with all of the tax credits and rebates that are available for putting rooftop solar on your home, when you have an older house and you have to upgrade so much in order to put your own rooftop solar on, it becomes really cost prohibitive, not only for lower income people, but for middle income people. So I officially am waiting for a community solar array that I can subscribe to. So again, I encourage the planning commission to approve this change, set it up to the full commission. That echo is hideous. Can you please hopefully get us back into the county, the chambers soon? Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward, sir. All right. Do we have anybody out there that wants to ask questions or make any comments? Please come forward.
Mr. Chair, Janet McVicker is raising her hand again, I believe. No? Okay, I guess that's from before, so. It doesn't appear that there's anyone else who would like to speak.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address and to the recorder. And proceed.
Okay. Appreciate it. I tried the *6 and it didn't work. My name is Jonathan Moore. I work for AES Clean Energy, so I do work for a solar energy development company.
Mr. Moore?
Yes,
Mr. Moore?
yeah. Do you want to swear me in first?
Yes, let me do that, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And would you also provide your address?
5740 Prospect Road. That's Longmont, Colorado, 80503. So probably just two comments that I wasn't planning on. My first one is to applaud staff, county in making these changes. because we as an energy developer trying to build these community solar projects have been looking at a lot of counties in your state, and under prior regulations, Santa Fe County was going to be quite difficult. So we really appreciate you guys looking at appropriate ways to perhaps allow this to move forward in Santa Fe County. My specific question is simply, I came on a little late. I thought I had heard something about requiring state approvals in advance of development approval, and it was one of the early slides that I caught the end of, and I was just curious if that could be clarified. I assume what it means is you need to be approved through the process, through the state process, again, administered PRC and third parties. And assuming that goes through, then you will have the rights to move forward based upon the SLDCs.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I may address that. Yes, what it says is that state approvals are required for the issuance of the permit. We are working on how to start reviewing applications without that state approval so that it's ready to go once the state approves the developer's application.
Okay, just one point of clarification. So is that getting back to kind of the state's anticipated, RFP process, for example, where we will submit projects and they'll go through that review, a ranking process? And so are you guys suggesting that has to be done in advance of coming in front of you guys with a site development plan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we anticipate that developers could do that simultaneously, be going through a state approval process and a county approval process. But we want to make sure that we know what the state has approved before we record it. So we want to see what the state has actually approved before we issue the permit for development.
One more question, clarification. And again, apologies, I have not followed the act of late as much in terms of changes, but at least early on in that process, they were ranking, potential projects, and part of the ranking does look at your permits in hand. Either you needed to have a permitting plan, which makes clear your path to permitting, and my understanding is the ones that, quote, had their permits in hand would potentially score a higher ranking, which is important to winning a project, obviously, specific to Santa Fe County or others. So if I may, I might suggest perhaps, let's check that, or please check that, even if you simply condition the project, that the project is not approved until they have state final approvals on it. Just make it condition number one of an approval or something like that. I don't know if that's possible, but I just don't want to get caught in kind of this gray area, if it makes sense. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just add to that, the process for getting a permit for any non-residential use is a site development plan and an actual permit application. So we would accept the site development plan up front before they've got a state approval, and we can do our process to approve that, issue them a development order, and as soon as they've got their state order, state approval, they can submit for their actual permit. But they would definitely get a development order in advance.
Thank you for that clarification. That's exactly what I was hoping, and I apologize if I wasn't tracking that. That's perfect. I appreciate it, guys. That makes good sense.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I may add as well, we will be coming forward with a resolution at the next board meeting in addition that complements this ordinance, saying that we as staff are able to write a letter of support for developers who are wanting to get the ranking, as you mentioned. And so that resolution outlines how staff can write a letter of support that identifies the ranking criteria and how that meets our criteria.
Okay. Any other questions? Is that it, sir?
Sorry, I was trying to give a thumbs up on that last comment. I appreciate what you just said.
I saw that.
That also, it was supposed to be a thumbs up. Thank you all. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for staff.
Rhea,
Just
sure.
a question of clarification for the state approval process. Which state agency is it?
PRC that is doing the regulations and approval process.
Okay, thank you.
And I wanted to mention, staff are also following closely the PRC process. We attended about a 5-hour webinar on Monday. It's a moving target as well. They're still modifying their dates and criteria a little bit. So they asked that localities be a little flexible. So keeping that in mind.
All right, thank you. Okay, anybody out there have any questions or comments? Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I believe Val Nye would like to speak.
Yes, if I may ask a question.
Yes, please state your name and address before you proceed.
My name is Valerie Nye. My address is 71 San Marcos Loop.
Ms. Nye, may I swear you in, please?
Of course.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony would be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed, ma'am.
I have a question about the setbacks that are in the change in the ordinance. There is a setback between community districts, and I'm wondering if this change in ordinance would change the setbacks or interfere with those setbacks in any way.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, each zoning district has defined setbacks in the SLDC, as you know. This is a separate category of setbacks pertaining to community solar. It doesn't change the zoning districts, though.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Ma'am? Okay. Any other questions out there? Steve, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What is the definition of community in this act? In other words, I heard you say earlier that, for example, this area is served by PNM, and anyone connected to PNM can participate. But I'm a little confused. Let's say that, for example, Cerrillos decides to build a community solar project. They're on PNM. I'm on PNM, but I don't live anywhere that close to Cerrillos. Would I be allowed to try to participate in that project?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, you would be, because it's the community solar facility feeds into PNM network. So the infrastructure goes throughout the county and even into Albuquerque. So even if you weren't directly next to that community solar facility, since you're serviced by PNM, you'd have the opportunity to buy into that from the developer.
Okay, now I assume that there's some organization that's putting together this community solar project. What are the rules that they're going to run by that will say, well, we'll allow this person here, but we don't want to allow that person there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't know the specifics of how they solicit subscribers, but my assumption is that they would want as many subscribers as they could get to fill their capacity. I don't think that they would be. With the PRC, okay. They also said the PRC would regulate that. Whether you could.
The PRC would regulate that.
Well, whether a developer could deny a person who wanted to subscribe.
There's nothing in this ordinance that even would require from the applicant some sort of mechanism, definition on who can apply for this, or how they can apply, or who cannot apply, or any of that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe that those criteria are left up to the state if they wanted to have those criteria.
Interesting.
Okay.
Question.
Frank?
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled. Any of these projects is going to produce a limited amount of energy, I assume.
I'm sorry, did you say limited or unlimited?
Limited.
Yes.
And what happens if thousands and thousands of people want to subscribe?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is, as Nate mentioned, a pilot program. It's to see how this works throughout the state. In 2 years, they would hopefully revisit this and increase the cap, but at this point, it's capped to 200 megawatts. Hopefully, if there was significant demand, that would be good rationale for increasing the cap in 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
That's not really the question. The question was, let's suppose somebody proposes a 10 megawatt system. Well, 10 megawatt system is only going to serve X number of people. And again, it gets back to what I asked. Who gets to come in and who doesn't?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so community solar by New Mexico definition is up to 5 megawatts. So if it were 10 megawatts, it'd come under a commercial solar. So I guess it would be first come, first serve. I mean, yes, I anticipate that this will also, there'll be more people who want to subscribe than there will be available facilities. But again, that would be the PRC who would have to change the cap at the state level. That's regulated at the state right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Anybody else out there that wants to speak? Please come forward. Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing. Do we have any more discussion or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd only like to say that I think this is a wonderful idea, but I really wish that the county would put together some sort of understanding or require some sort of submittal by the applicant that will essentially define who or what area is covered to participate in this plan. That's only a suggestion.
Frank?
Did I misunderstand what you were talking about, that basically somebody wants to build a plant in Cerrillos, and basically anybody in the county that's served by PNM could subscribe? It's not limited to any particular location?
Well, I'm questioning myself back. I'm not sure Cerrillos is serviced by PNM.
Okay, some places is serviced by PNM.
Just for, I'm thinking in my map. Did you have something, Paul?
No, Mr. Chair, I was just going to add that the who can sign up and how they sign up is part of the developer's package that they present to the PRC to get through the RFP process. So the PRC has its rulemaking, and they would also determine how the distribution would be. So to your direct question, this person can have it or this person can't have it. They would have to demonstrate how they're going to be fair and equitable, and also that they have at least the 30%. Excuse me.
I don't know where you left.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would imagine that anyone that's going to build this is going to have to have established that there is a demand for this before they put their money in and go through the whole state process and the bid process in order to build this. So I'm sure there's going to be more people wanting to sign up than we will have facilities. And that is why, as Lucy said, we're hoping that in future years that the cap is raised on this. But this would allow them to actually construct the facility. How they do it is really regulated by the PRC, but we need to make sure that we've got the ability to allow them to do the zoning portion and construct.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Wendy?
Did you say this was a pilot project? So are developers offered to apply for something like this as part of the pilot project?
Commissioners, this was, as Nate mentioned, the act was passed in 2021. Rules came out in 2022. They'll be soliciting RFPs pretty soon here. Because it's capped at 200 megawatts, that's why it's a pilot. is to see how it works throughout the state. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a comment.
Okay, Frank?
I would make a motion if there are no other questions. I would move to approve the project, and I guess it's a recommendation to the commission, I believe, that we recommend the commission approve the project.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Was there any conditions on this? I don't think so. Is there?
So, no.
Okay. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, staff, very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I can just be indulged for one more second, I wanted to mention some of the staff who worked on this who aren't here today.
Sure.
There's Alex Fitzgerald with our Economic Development Department, Chris Heyer, who's our Economic Development Manager, Jacqueline Beam, who is Sustainability Manager, and Adeline Murthy, who is a Sustainability Specialist. So it was a big group. Oh, and of course, Roger Persino with our legal. He was pretty important in the process, too. So it was a team effort, and everyone did great, and thank you for your support of this.
Thank you all. Okay. Let's go to the next case, which is, let's see, case 22-3036, 3036 Hacienda Dona Andrea Site Development Plan. And Gabriel, please proceed when you're ready.
Max and Britt Contreras, applicants, James W. Sieber and Associates agent, request approval of a site development plan to allow an event use within an existing bed and breakfast site. The use would allow Hacienda Dona Andrea to be utilized as a large event wedding venue, in addition to an existing bed and breakfast for the 2022 season, running through November 2022 only. After the 2022 season, the property will revert back to solely a bed and breakfast. The 63.78 acre site.
Can you speak up a little bit? We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you up here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's see. The 63.78 acre site is zoned agricultural ranching. The site is located at 78 Vista del Oro via Gold Mine Road in Cerrillos, New Mexico, within Section 13, Township 13 North, and Range 7 East. Hacienda Dona Andrea is an existing 11,000 square foot residence that was granted approval from the Board of County Commissioners under Development Permit 98-5780 to operate as a bed and breakfast prior to the adoption of the SLDC. This previous approval had conditions requiring a water meter and meter readings to be sent into the county and a maximum limit of 18 persons. It was found that the applicant had not installed a water meter or submitted readings and had exceeded the maximum person limit by holding weddings and large-scale events, retreats on the property without the required zoning approval. A complaint was received related to the size of the events and the noise generated. It was determined these types of events would be a permitted use and would fall under both a retreat and a bed and breakfast in the SLDC Appendix B Use Matrix. The applicants made an application for a site development plan to allow the events as a permitted use. Staff allowed Hacienda Dona Andrea to apply for special use permits to allow the already scheduled weddings to take place while the site development plan was being reviewed. This was done to let weddings proceed, but would not be a way to circumvent obtaining proper zoning approvals for this type of use. The special use permits were conditioned to prohibit outside music after 9 p.m., require water meter readings, and require a noise study. It was never intended that the special use permits be issued in lieu of attaining the correct zoning and development approvals on this property. As the wedding events proceeded, neighbors became concerned, with noise being one of the main issues. A noise study was conducted on the property and was included in the site development plan submittal. It was determined that the decibel levels were within the levels allowed by Table 7-21, noise limits. Table 4-1 allows for a pre-application community meeting to be required. The administrator required this to try to alleviate concerns that the community had and to increase communications. Items discussed at the pre-application meeting were plans for the venue as well as measures being taken by the venue to ensure safe events. The summary is included in Exhibit 2. With continuing tension between neighboring properties and the Hacienda property, the owners amended their site development plan application for the events to only continue for the remainder of 2022 to complete all existing wedding contracts that have been signed for this year. After the last event in November 2022, the property will revert back to only a bed and breakfast. Due to the conflicting statements by the applicant and the neighbors, the administrator, under Section 4.4.9, then chose to defer this case to a public hearing forum. Major concerns by neighbors include the hours, noise, risk of fire through smoking or outside fires, overuse of water, and access roads being blocked. Emails from neighbors are attached. The applicant has addressed the design standards of Chapter 7. Staff has determined that the proposed temporary expansion complies with the SLDC and recommends that the site development plan be approved for the 2022 wedding season, subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter the following conditions into the record?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And I now stand for any questions.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions of staff? Wendy?
Do you know how many, you have the condition that it's, that they would hold wedding events at the end of November 22. Do we know how many weddings they have booked?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I believe, I don't have the exact amount right off, but that was a exhibit in the packet material, just a list of weddings scheduled for this year.
That's right. Oh, okay. What page? Exhibit 6.
Mr. Chair, Commission members, I believe there were a total of about 41 weddings that were booked for this year.
But we don't know how many are on weekdays, right? They just say how many, just the dates. I mean, I guess we could look.
Mr. Chair, this is Nathan Manzanares from Siebert and Associates office. I will go into greater detail on the schedule for the 2022 wedding season during our presentation.
Hold on a second here. Okay. Did you get your question? Your question answered?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Thanks. Any other questions?
Yes, I have questions of staff.
Steve, go ahead. Okay, well, Steph, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's talk about this water monitoring. So, if I get this right, the original application for the bed and breakfast said that they needed to have a meter, but they didn't install a meter. Then they moved to doing these weddings, which increased the water usage. The community came up with complaints about this to the county. The county at some point said, you have to install the meter, and we want you to report to us pre and post each event the meter readings. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krenz, so when the application came in for a bed and breakfast, they were limited to 0.6 acre feet per year. So the water meter readings that we've been requesting after each event are to assure that they don't exceed that 0.6 acre feet that they had previously been granted. So the water use hasn't necessarily increased beyond that. That's the reasoning for us requesting those water meter readings.
Okay, I understand. I shouldn't have said whether it's increased or not. But that's my next question. What are your meter readings showing?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krentz, the meter readings are showing that right now that they are within that 0.6 acre feet. At this point, it doesn't appear that they are going to exceed that, but we will continue to monitor that and require those meter readings with each event.
Okay. Let us just suppose, for a question, that we pass this, and the events continue, and it's discovered that they are indeed using more than that amount of water. What powers does the county have to stop that from happening?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krentz, that would be considered a violation of their previous approvals, and therefore we would have our code enforcement officers issue a notice of violation to remedy that situation.
So they'd have to remedy the situation. Would you be able to shut down their wedding usage, their events?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krentz, injunctive relief is one of the remedies that would be available. So we could actually not continue to issue these special use permits in the event that they exceeded their water allocation.
Well, they're presently operating under these special conditions. But this, before us, is to basically allow them to continue without applying for special usage each time from now until the end of November. So under this guidance, what would happen if they overuse the water that's allotted?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krentz, it would be the same remedy that would be available. It would still be considered a violation of a condition of approval, and therefore we could seek, issue a notice of violation and proceed with court action if necessary.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about the noise. Now, we have in here a report about the noise, and a couple things about this noise report. According to the noise report, I guess they're saying that it did not, the report summary says that they were taken from the property line for approximately 33 minutes, and how they took it, and then they said the decibel increased for 30-minute window. And so basically they conclude that it didn't exceed the ordinance maximum. However, when we actually look at the graph that's supplied to us from 2015 till the end of the metering session, there are several points where it's exceeding the 55 decibel level.
Mr. Chair, may I please be sworn in to answer some of these questions? Normal pour, of course, is that the applicant gets to do a presentation before we get into this level of detail on questions. I feel like that would be appropriate.
We're still asking questions of staff from his first presentation, so.
Okay, Mr. Chair, but I feel like insight could be provided to some of these questions. And if I was given the opportunity to be sworn in and participate, that would be great.
You'll have your chance. Please continue, staff.
Okay, and then we have here that was just handed out to us, some information by one of the neighbors, which basically shows a decibel reading much above 55 decibels. And I don't know exactly when this was taken. I don't know how good the meter was or whatever, but it seems to disagree with this study that was done. Furthermore, reading through the complaints from the neighbors, they really talk about the loud music after 9 o'clock like 9:30, something like that. But yet, this noise level study, I don't know, what does this go up to? 2020? Is that 12 p.m.? So it's a very short reading. It doesn't go into the time period that's being complained about, and the reading itself indicates that they're exceeding the noise level.
Commissioner, I will use my time to go into detail into this sound study. It was produced by the neighborhood, as you saw correctly, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Hold on.
regarding
We're
this sound study.
still. Penny, please proceed.
We would expect to get different noise meter readings from different locations. The noise meter readings that the applicant did was on their property line. But in that area, there's a mountainous area. So if the property line, for example, is a lower elevation than where the music is being produced, you're likely to get a different reading than if you're on the neighboring property at the same elevation as the house. So we would expect that. The code requirements actually are over, I believe, a 12-hour period. Just having Vicky check on that. So it's not a spike. It would have to be a continual level exceeding. And so that's part of the issue here. It's part of the complaints from the neighbors and part of the concern from staff. Every one of these special use permits now have a condition on it saying it needs to stop at 9 o'clock. And that has been the case for numerous special events that have taken place recently. And yet still on Sunday morning, I received emails complaining that it was more like 10 o'clock. So again,
Mr.
even
Chair,
though the
I apologize
applicant
for
knows,
interrupting,
even
but
though the
we are
agents
not
know,
able
even
to
though the
hear
manager on the
anything that is
property,
being
we have been
spoken
told
right now.
is
I don't know
understanding
if
that
anyone
it's a
else is
9
having
o'clock
audio
limit.
issues at this moment,
That
but we are
limit
not
has
able
not
to
been met,
hear
and that is
what
a
is
real
going on.
concern from staff, and it's
We
a
can't
concern from neighbors. That is why there is a condition in there saying that if there is another time that it's seen to go after 9 o'clock, that's the end of all the events there. We gave that time as a reasonable time to finish in a very rural, very quiet, very serene area, which was part of the reason why this was started as a bed and breakfast. I was actually the case planner in 1999, and it was explained about how serene this area is. I think what you're going to hear tonight from the neighbors is that that serenity has been broken during these special events. The applicant will say differently, but still, the sheriffs have been called out after 9 o'clock, and there have still been people there. The neighbors have emailed me consistently the following morning to tell me that the hours have been violated. And that is part of wanting this to be done in a public hearing rather than as an administrative process. So I will put that out to you, and I would say, yes, I think the noise on a neighbor's piece of property is going to be very different than the noise meter readings on the property line, just because of topography out there. I don't know if Vicky has anything that she would like to add as well.
So the report that's in our packet, this short half hour or so measurement, is not really representative of the noise that's going on these events.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't think it's representative. It may be representative of the noise that's on the property boundary, but not necessarily representative of the noise that is at each residence that is around there. The only way to get that would be for the full length of an event to actually do noise meter readings on everyone's adjacent property, on their patio, at their house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One last question.
I was going to say, Vicky, do you have anything to add to that?
Mr. Chair, I do not.
Okay. Steve, go ahead.
I have a question for the lawyer, our county lawyer. In one of the submittals by the by some folks. They said that if we were to allow this act, whatever, we would be setting a bad precedent. Can you speak to that? Is that true? Is that not true? What do you think about precedent setting if we accept this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I obviously don't want to put words in the mouths of the neighbors in the area. I think generically I can speak to those concerns. The fact that the property was initially approved, or approval was given initially for bed and breakfast use, and the fact that I think the evidence that they intend to bring before you today suggesting that use has changed significantly from bed and breakfast to more of a wedding/event property. But again, that's not my take on the situation. I think that's what their take is. I'll allow them to speak more for themselves, but my suspicion is that their concern is that to grant this approval because they have already booked so many events, and to feel compelled to do that because you might not want to see people's wedding days upset, could set a precedent that you may or may not be comfortable with. But it's not so much a legal opinion as my sense for what you're going to be hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Frank?
Yeah, I am really puzzled by, I don't know the code well enough, and I'm seeking help from staff here. I understand what a bed and breakfast is, and I understand what a 100 to 150 person wedding is, and they're very different. Is there a provision of code that allows in this area every weekend a wedding of 150 people or 100 people? Is this within the code? And if so, as what?
I don't think it is. Breakfast was approved for 18, I think.
And I guess if it is allowed in the code, then why are we here for like a special permit? What's special, and what are the criteria for granting a special?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Katz, the use is a permitted use within the zoning district, the use for special events. We have been issuing special use permits in the meantime until they come in for these approvals, but they are requesting a site development plan since it is a permitted use. Normally those are handled administratively, but because of the contention and controversy and different information, conflicting information that we were receiving from the applicants and the neighbors, this case was forwarded to the Planning Commission for final decision.
So the kind of use they want to make is permitted, and they have made an application for a development plan to do it?
Correct, until the end of the 2022 season.
No. I thought maybe I misunderstood what you said. I thought you had said that they have applied for a development plan to allow them to do this, I guess, whenever they want to. I'm puzzled by the special development, by the development plan, and by the special use permit.
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Katz, the SLDC doesn't have a specific category for these types of events. So we found a category that we thought would best fit what they are requesting. Under that category, it is a permitted use, and permitted uses are required to submit a site development plan for administrative approval. So they're asking to allow these wedding events to continue to occur until the end of the 2022 season. That's what the site development plan application is for. And as I mentioned, these are normally approved administratively. However, because of the controversy and conflicting information, the land use administrator determined that it would be better to forward this to a public hearing forum and allow the planning commission to make the decision.
Thank you.
Actually was submitted to allow weddings from here on out. There was a lot of neighborhood concern. The applicants met with the neighborhood, and then probably about 6-8 weeks ago, we had a letter from them saying they just wanted to commit to the weddings that they've already booked, and that then they would cease doing that and they would go back to their old approval that they had from the late 90s, early 2000, to a 9-bedroom bed and breakfast, up to 18 guests at a time and no more. So what they decided, so rather than issue special use permits throughout, a special use permit isn't supposed to in some way be used in order to violate the code, and 40-some events would make me think that that's a way around a zoning. So the agreement from the very start is that we would allow them to get the special use permits with these conditions while they came through a site development plan. That changed a little while ago due to neighborhood complaints, and I think that the applicant heard the neighborhood and amended their request to just say, let's just get through the 2022 season for the people that have already booked their weddings and have already signed those. And then after that, we will revert back to a bed and breakfast in accordance with our old approval for 9 bedrooms. Is that right, Vicki? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Frank, anything else? You're done? I have a question. Were any notice of violations issued?
Mr. Chair, there were no notices of violation issued. The applicants came in to try to remedy the situation before that happened.
Thank you.
Another question.
Steve?
Since we passed the SLDC that we're working under right now, has the county ever passed this kind of development plan, that basically is a development plan for some number of months?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Krenz, I don't recall any situation that was similar to this where they were seeking temporary approval.
Yeah, essentially a temporary SLDC. That's what I meant. Development plan. So no, we haven't done that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just there is a section under the SLDC of temporary uses, and this type of use is not listed under that. So these permits had been issued under the 1992 Business License Ordinance that does not actually specifically even talk about a special use permit. We've done that because I think we've had precedent over the years of being able to issue those. We will be looking at amending that ordinance fairly quickly. Hopefully we'll get that done this calendar year. But in that case, we would actually specifically be talking about where and when you can have a special use permit and what the conditions would be.
Okay. All right. Okay. The applicant, you can get sworn in and start and proceed your presentation after you're sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with Jim Siebert and Associates. My address is 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'd also like to have Wayne Dalton, an associate with us as well, be sworn in if that's possible, as well as the applicant Britt Contreras.
Will you all three raise your right hand?
Britt, you want to come in? far left, right?
Yeah. Do you all swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that Britt be able to give an opening statement as the owner of the property. And then after Britt's opening statement, I'd like to give a summary of our site development plan and revised application request. Unfortunately, that was not included in the packet material, and I feel like that'll clear up a lot of the questions that have been addressed thus far. If you would
Hey,
grant me that
Nathan, can you
opportunity.
speak up a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start off with giving Britt Contreras an opening statement, and then I will present our case if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we first learned of a problem with the hacienda when we returned from traveling to our apartment at the hacienda in November of last year. Our manager said that she had received a phone call from Jose Larranaga of the county about problems with the neighbors. We immediately scheduled an appointment with Jose in his office. We learned how the county wanted us to legally respond to the complaints. Hired a land use attorney, Grazer, and the Seabird Company to assess with this problem. I want to clarify a couple of misconceptions that I've noticed people have had. One is how bookings are done. After meeting with Jose, we told our staff to accept no more bookings for weddings or other stays until our path forward was figured out. All of these 2022 weddings were booked in 2020 or 2021. No bookings have taken place for 2022 or 2023 until we could figure out the neighborhood problem. People have waited 2 years and some longer to have their weddings. And we put as many of them into 2022 as we could to handle all the COVID weddings and all the other weddings that were already booked, since we book 18 months in advance. We would never want to have that many again, and I hope that we don't. 3 weddings have already been canceled by 2022 brides. This does happen. Engagements get broken. People are also having a very hard time with the 9 p.m. curfew. I want to clarify the easement roadway to the hacienda, which is the only way to reach the hacienda. Our neighbor at Wits End requested that a survey be done and that we share the costs, and we did that. And now the survey shows the property line and that there are no incursions from the hacienda onto the neighbor's land. A turnaround was required by the fire marshal, and fortunately that was already in place on hacienda land, and we didn't have to do any more. We have created a fire break near the building by cutting back mostly male junipers and of course dead trees. But no trees were ever cut on anyone else's land. We are concerned over fire, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate that. We are concerned that our neighbors do not seem to be acting as stewards of their land. Their dead trees remain near us. We have not changed our website as we were told not to. After the county decides the plan forward, we plan to remove the wedding site and prepare one for a bed and breakfast. I can tell you that Max and I do not have expansion plans. We are just going through the steps that is required by the county. We have no plans for expansion or building out or anything like that. The problems with the 3 Vista del Oro neighbors has been hard on Max. He's 80 years old. He's proud of having built that beautiful hacienda, and we hope to get this problem settled sooner rather than later. Max has known 2 of these neighbors for many years, and it is distressing for him to have the bad feelings come. We're going to do everything we can. We ask for us finishing the wedding season. It would be overwhelming to have to cancel anybody, and we hope not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Britt. Mr. Chair, as previously stated, our development request and development report was not included in tonight's packet material. I would like to share my screen and give a brief history and summary of the request that we're asking for before you tonight. Can I have permission to do that? That way everyone can read along.
He needs to unmute his mic.
Mr. Chair, I can't hear you, unfortunately. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Okay, there you go. I can hear you. Yes, you can share your screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I give this presentation, I would like to thank all county staff involved in reviewing this proposal before you tonight, as well as the 14 special use permits that have already been approved thus far. These county agencies include Public Works, Fire Prevention, the Sheriff's Office, Land Use, and Code Enforcement. I understand the pressure and stress county staff has had to endure these past few weeks, but I would like to express my appreciation for their professionalism dealing with both the opposition of this proposal as well as the clients involved trying to navigate the complex permitting process required to allow weddings to continue for the next 6 months and close out the 2022 wedding season. Let's not lose sight that tonight's request is for 6 months only at this point, and keep that in mind. History of the project. On April 13, 2022, a request for an administrative permitted site development plan was submitted to the county to expand prior master plan approval granted in 1998 for the Hacienda Dona Andrea to hold seasonal weddings. On April 21st, 2022, a community meeting was conducted via Zoom. Community meeting minutes from the April 21st, 2022 meeting have been provided to the county with our submittal and can be found in your packet under Exhibit 2. On May 6, 2022, a revised request for the site development plan for the Hacienda Dona Andrea bed and breakfast expansion, which was originally submitted on April 15th, was presented to county staff. The revision presented on May 6, 2022 proposed that Hacienda Dona Andrea be allowed to finish the 2022 wedding season. And upon completion of the 2022 wedding season, Hacienda Dona Andrea would revert back to operate under the original bed and breakfast approvals granted by the BCC in 1998 under Development Permit 985780. A letter from the property owners summarizing the revised request for a 6-month temporary expansion approval to complete the 2022 wedding season can be found under Exhibit 3 of your Planning Commission packet material. In addition to the revised request, a list of executed contracts weddings with guest counts and scheduled dates for the 2022 wedding season has been provided under Exhibit 6. Unfortunately, an amendment to Exhibit 6 is required due to the weddings being canceled on July 9th, and July 30th. Due to brides and grooms not being able to deal with the 9 p.m. event time, many brides and grooms have family members traveling from different cities and parts of the country, and the brides and grooms found it unfair to send family away at 9. Complaints about the 9 p.m. noise ordinance not being consistent with the county noise ordinance for 10 p.m. have also been called into question by upset brides and grooms that booked their weddings 1 to 2 years ago before these conditions were imposed. As everyone here is aware, the subject property has been the center of controversy and conversation over the past few weeks. Both our firm as well as the Contreras would like to express our deepest apologies to everyone involved for the stress caused over the past few weeks, as the county has approved 14 special use wedding permits as the Contreras continue to navigate the county approval process. To date, a little over 1/3 of the weddings proposed for the 2022 wedding season have been approved by the county, and all approval conditions from the special use permits by the county have been satisfied. There have not been a single notice of violation issued for this property for any of the weddings held thus far. Weddings at Hacienda Dona Andrea have never been more organized, and events are now limited to no more than 120 guests, and at no point has the designated parking allowance been violated, or has any parking occurred outside of the property lines in the designated parking areas. It appears that the only disturbances associated with weddings at Hacienda Dona Andrea have been caused by neighbors overstepping their bounds through the use of self-policing and trespassing on the Hacienda Dona Andrea property, causing disrespectful incursions to Hacienda staff, as well as wedding guests and wedding party members. Due to the self-policing from the opposition associated with this project, it has gotten to the point where a judge recently had to rule in favor of approving a lifetime permanent restraining order to one of the neighbors in opposition to no longer be allowed to pester Mr. and Mrs. Contreras or enter the Hacienda Dona Andrea property. In order to lower the temperature of the current situation, Max and Britt Contreras have waived their development right to seek a permissible administrative use to allow weddings at Hacienda Dona Andrea to just 6 months in order to have insurance that the contracted weddings for the 2022 wedding season may be finished. The proposed 2020 weddings held at Hacienda Dona Andrea range from 20 individuals to 120 individuals. Larger weddings are not common, and most of the weddings during the 2020 season will range from 50 to 70 individuals. Furthermore, Hacienda Dona Andrea staff will be present and has been present for all wedding functions in order to facilitate an organized and safe environment for guests. The original application and revised request has been submitted in compliance with the Sustainable Land Development Code and the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, based on the permitted uses of the SLDC within the Ag Ranch Zoning District and in accordance with the design standards referenced in Chapter 7 of the SLDC. The 2022 water season, water usage has been exaggerated to show each guest at the largest weddings provided using the restroom at least once per wedding. The average wedding for the size of the 2022 wedding season is much lower than 120 guests, and it is extremely unlikely each guest attending a wedding during the 2022 season would use the restroom at least once while attending a wedding. In addition, portable restrooms have been provided on site for each wedding to further conserve water consumption. Also, on-site caterers have provided bottled water as part of their packages to also limit water consumption. In conclusion, the average wedding provided during the 2022 wedding season is approximately 75 guests. Therefore, water usage calculated is much higher than anticipated, but was done to show that a sufficient water supply is available for the 2022 wedding season, even at the number of guests, as well as the 41 weddings proposed held on a seasonal basis. Also, this will only be for a 6-month time period and is in compliance with the original approvals for 0.6 acre feet given during the B&B master plan.
Give me a deal.
Parking. There's an existing parking area, which is utilized by the existing B&B and will also be utilized for wedding functions. A total of 57 parking spaces will be provided. This includes 2 ADA spots. There's also parking attendants on site to ensure individuals are parking within defined spaces and ensuring and maintaining 2 20-foot wide fire lanes for emergency access that have been approved by the fire department. I will show that later and explain that in greater detail. Furthermore, there's 2 5,000-gallon water tanks for storage and fire protection, as well as a draft fire hydrant system for a total of 10,000 gallons of fire protection. All internal roads meet the fire prevention requirements. And the applicant has hired a company to design and install an automatic fire suppression system. And the installation of as well as installation of exit signs, lighting signs, fire extinguishers, and a fire alarm per Santa Fe County fire prevention inspections. A noise study was required per staff. Noise meter readings were taken from the property lines per the requirements established in the SLDC. This noise study can be found under Exhibit 1 and will be explained in greater detail. Also, an engineered traffic impact analysis was required per the county and was submitted with the original site development plan and showed that traffic associated with this use is not intense. Mr. Chair, I apologize for this lengthy intro, but if it is okay with the commission, I would like to share some of the plans that were submitted in accordance with both the site development plan as well as the revised request before you tonight for a 6-month event use to allow for the remaining weddings contracted for 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move on to sharing some of the slides that were not provided to you in the packet, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Mr. Chair, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you is the original proposed Mylar for the permitted use site development plan that shows an aerial of the property, which includes parking. This would be recorded as part of the approval of a site development plan. The next page has a little bit more detail. It shows the fire hydrant, the existing well, the cistern, and the fire safety tanks. As mentioned before, there is a dedicated fire lane that is not obstructed at any point, and parking attendants ensure that at no point this is blocked by anyone. In addition, there is also a fire lane here that was inspected and approved by code enforcement during an on-site surprise visit. The next slide shows where the property is located relative to Gold Mine Road, as well as the existing vegetation on the site. Each site within the Vista del Oro subdivision ranges anywhere from 90 to 50 acres in size. And the approximate distance between neighbors ranges anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 feet. Here is a further depiction of the existing foliage and trees on the property that provide a buffer from the surrounding neighbors. This is a copy of the Hacienda courtyard where the weddings take place. Guests are seated here. An altar is placed here, which overlooks the mountains, and this is where the weddings take place. This is a floor plan of the lower level of the hacienda, which is a 9-bedroom establishment, and this is the upper level of the hacienda. There's some photos of the 3D aerials of the property. There's been a lot of questions regarding the noise study conducted. This study was conducted within the parameters of the SLDC under table 721. The above study shows that the average decibel reading for this noise study ranged from 30 to 50 decibels, which is the equivalent of an average residence playing music, a soft radio music playing within an apartment, or a normal conversation amongst people. Furthermore, the red line shown at 55 decibels on the real-time graph depicts spikes in the decibel readings from either heavy wind gusts or from guests leaving the ceremony and driving past the noise meter, therefore distorting the readings to be above average for a short period. A summary of the noise reading shows that it's in compliance with OSHA and NOIS noise regulations, and at no point were volumes reached that could impact hearing loss or negative adverse effects. A conclusion of the study was a recommendation that noise readings be taken periodically during each wedding. That has been done, and those noise readings show that the levels are within the parameters of the SLDC. Here is the graph that was questioned, and the reason for these spikes here, commissioners, is due to people leaving the venue. They were for a very short period of time, ranging from less than 30 seconds on average. And that was from guests leaving the site at 8:12 p.m. This is a summary of OSHA guidelines that show the levels of the dB levels that can be harmful and cause hearing loss or adverse implications. At no point do we exceed the threshold of loud. Here is a summary of the noise readings taken for all weddings thus far. The line above shows the max level, and the blue line shows the intermediate decibel readings that were taken periodically during each wedding that's been approved thus far. We will continue taking these readings and providing this data to the county for the remainder of the 2022 wedding season. This is a breakdown of the data. Here's a copy of the traffic report that was done by a certified engineer. And here is something that we need to do as a housekeeping matter, Mr. Chair. We need to amend Exhibit 6 to remove the July 9th wedding and the July 30th wedding. As previously mentioned, those brides have canceled due to the uncertainty of the situation and the current approval conditions associated with the special use permits. This is just a summary provided from the operating manager at Hacienda Dona Andrea explaining those cancellations. Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing myself, as well as the Contredises, an opportunity to present the Hacienda Dona Andrea 6-month expansion request in greater detail. Mr. Chair, upon completion of the public hearing portion of this meeting, I request an opportunity to further discuss some of the approval conditions referenced by staff, as well as be given the opportunity for a closing statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions of the applicant? Rhea?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that you're going to be creating, I think, or providing 57 parking spaces, 2 of those being ADA spaces. What is the status of the development of those spaces at this point?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Rhea, that has been done. The parking is existing, it's built out, it's functional, It's operational. That was required before any special use permits were allowed and authorized by the county.
And as a follow-up to that, once the hacienda reverts back to its original use of a bed and breakfast, it would only require then 13 parking spaces. So what's the plan then for the 45 remaining spaces after in 2023, I guess?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reyes, great question. The parking situation is currently a base course parking area, and it's defined by a nice rock bumper. So it would be reclaimed, and there hasn't been any, major disturbances that would have to be reclaimed. It still would be functional and would provide the 13 spaces that are required. So no mitigation of the parking area would be required. It would still look natural as it does today.
Mr. Chair, I have an additional question. You mentioned that there is going to be a fire suppression system installed. Is that already installed to date?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reyes, that has been designed and is waiting to be installed and finalized. The parts required are on back order at this point, but everything has been plumbed in. The only thing that's not going on right now is there's no water running through the pipes, but that should be addressed shortly. And that will continue to be used after the 6 months and provide fire suppression for the bed and breakfast. That was a very costly upgrade and investment to move forward, and the Contreras did that willingly.
Mr. Chair, and a follow-up question to that. I understand with regards to supply chain issues, but is there an anticipated date for completion on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Ray, I would have to speak to our fire engineer, Jerry Watts. As I said, with the current environment of supply chain issues and things like that happening, we're just waiting on one more part. I can estimate it would be no later than the end of July.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Wendy?
Who was on site during these events for the property owners?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know your last name.
Gerard.
Okay, Rogue? All right, I'm Commissioner. There is an on-site manager that is on the property 24/7 while guests are staying at the hacienda. In addition, there's anywhere from 3 to 4 hacienda staff assisting in parking and just overall organization of the wedding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. There's no other questions. I'm going to open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody out there have any questions, comments?
Yes, greetings, Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Okay, have you been, hold on, have you been sworn in?
Oh, yes, please. I'd like to be sworn in.
Or you have been?
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Betsy Brandt.
Okay, will you raise your right hand and swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Brandt, could you supply your address?
95 Vista del Oro.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I am one of the community coordinators. I am in a unique position.
I'm gonna have to interrupt. Did you swear her in? Oh, she did. Okay, I'm sorry. It's me. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. I'm in a unique position to highlight some background on this issue that I think would help you. But I do need more than 3 minutes. Joanna Martinez, a neighbor from Black Minerals, could not be here tonight due to an emergency, She's offered me her 3 minutes of extra time. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. And also, I would like, after my background info, I would request that our sound expert could go after me because noise is such a huge issue. Would that be okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that one. What was that?
I'd like our sound engineer to follow after me. Would that be possible?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a timeline document for you to follow in your packet. It says Hacienda Dona Andrea, HDA for short, timeline of neighborhood events. Do you all have that?
Are you sharing the screen?
No, I'm not sharing. I just provided the document to you all.
I think we have it.
I think so. We'll look around here.
Find it. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commission
Okay,
members.
it was handed out to us. Please proceed.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. The story starts back in 1998 when the owner contacted neighbors for endorsement of his B&B to include small, quiet meetings in the fields of history and culture, up to 6 to 18 people with 13 parking spaces. Neighbors agreed to this based on the promise from the owner, whom stressed quiet and small retreats to us. In 1999, the variance shown in the package was approved for B&B usage. I was one of the neighbors who endorsed this B&B. And for the record, I still support a legitimate B&B with small retreats and education workshops. I've pleaded with the owner since August of last year to please revert back to what he's been approved to do. All was going pretty well until about 2010, when the hacienda changed from being a B&B to an outdoor wedding center. The variance criteria was violated, especially in 4 ways. Number 1, the variance stipulated hosting 6 to 18 people. Hacienda was hosting up to 150 people weddings regularly. Number 2, they did not have the parking spaces, only the 13. So they used utility easements, private roads, Prinsa and Vista del Oro, creating traffic and fire escape danger, and additional liability for the neighborhood. And number 3, the hacienda is not in compliance with their water requirements. Their second well, which they use to service all their wedding guests, the OSC confirms the owner never metered his wells for over 2 decades, required by the Board of Commissioners. And number 4, they exceeded their maximum allowable occupancy for the B&B. They hosted lodging for 30 people for many years. There's a screenshot from their previous website on page 3. You see under accommodations. It's recently been changed back to 18. I want to underscore, we went to a lot of trouble and expense to build out here because we wanted the peace and quiet and privacy. We wanted the serenity and the super quiet area, which is continuously being violated now. In 2010, the full-time on-site manager left. The owner of the B&B was not living at the hacienda to manage the events, and he was just renting out the space. There was an increased traffic, speeding, extreme amplified music until after 10 p.m., and no one to call. And then in late August of last year, there was just a tipping point for the neighborhood. The hacienda hosted an illegal 2-day, 2-night film production. There was extreme 2-way traffic on neighbors' private driveways. I have video and picture links that you can look at later. The overflow traffic was double parked on Vista and Prinsa, our private driveways. Again, there was no one on site to call. The owner was unwilling to speak to neighbors about our issues. I have made many attempts, and I have many emails that are documented to contact him. We received an apology from the county film office to neighbors on August the 30th. The film shoot was unpermitted with no neighbor notifications or public safety reviews. and that's on page 4. Now, if you jump to February, we did hear from the county that the owner's agent had set up a TAC meeting for a site development plan. We were really shocked that there was no public meeting required for that site development plan because it sets a new precedent for our entire neighborhood and the Turquoise Trail area. That's why the other neighborhoods are here tonight. After many letters, there was an approval of the pre-app neighborhood meeting by Ms. Ellis Green. Early April, the first special permits were granted by the county. The neighborhood, we were shocked to learn that the hacienda created 57 parking spaces in our residential neighborhood. There are no commercial businesses whatsoever in our area. And it was for the special permits, as Nathan said. So now it's a major expansion. We had asked that they could bus people in, keep down the traffic. On April the 21st, the pre-app neighborhood meeting was held. There was just outrage of many issues, and that's on page 5. There's a screenshot of the minutes of this meeting, and you can see the issues included traffic, noise, water, fire hazards, smoking on the outside decks, driving under the influence, parking, the owner's insurance for his LLC business. Also, there is an undue liability created for us neighbors for this expansion, and the last paragraph shows that they were supposed to follow up with us, the agent, to address this liability. And unfortunately, that never happened, and we requested it several times from the agent. Another big issue is that Gold Mine Road is the only access road. The fire marshal has confirmed it does not meet the 20-foot fire code. This is a one-way hazard for any quick evacuation. We've been complaining about it for a decade now, especially if you're going to have to evacuate 150 more people. In May, the hacienda revised their application to a, quote, temporary B&B expansion for 2022 season. However, we believe the basis of the application is not valid because HDA is not a B&B. It's a special event center. We have solid evidence for this through their advertising. And if you turn to Appendix 2, which is the next section, do you have a section of appendices, I hope? It says Appendix 2, Hacienda Dona Andrea, Special Event Evidence. Well, it's a 16-page document, and I'm not going to go through all of that. I just want to summarize briefly with 3 points. It was done by a computer expert. The analysis is from the Wayback Machine's archive of web pages. It's a legitimate evidence that may be used in litigation for looking back at websites. A computer expert, as I said, did this search. Wayback shows in 2009 only there was B&B advertising. Then the hacienda evolved to no B&B advertising from 2011 to 2022. Only weddings, meetings, and special events. There is no ability currently to reserve single rooms at the hacienda. It is all tailored for large events. The only way to book anything from the current website is through, quote, the event link. Accommodations are only for the whole hacienda with a 2-night minimum. Currently, there's no B&B advertising for the HDA anywhere on the internet that our expert could find, especially TripAdvisor and Airbnb. Well, those are the top 2 B&B advertisers. We checked for all the weeks from now through May of next year, and there's no presence of the hacienda. This really worries us. Facebook advertises at Wedding Mountain, performance and event venue, and there's no mention of any B&B business on Zillow either, just special events and retreats. You know, so here we are, June the 16th, and to date, there have been 14 special permits for weddings approved by the county. And 14 weddings and only 1 noise study conducted so far. It's not acceptable to us. Nor does it follow the special permit. I mean, look at page 6. Look at the condition number 8. A noise study conducted by a certified noise engineer must be conducted at this event. And that is on each permit that was granted to the hacienda. So yes, they provided some additional noise readings by the staff, and those are on page 7. The neighborhood contests these self-reported noise data. And the next speaker, our sound expert, will address that. On page 8, there's a wedding schedule. And I really want you to look at that because, you know, if you just look at it, it can be deceiving. There have been 41 scheduled weddings. There was also one on March the 3rd that they already had. So there's actually been 42 and so far in 2022. And you can see, look at the numbers. They're large wedding sizes, but this is only part of the story. Each wedding is a minimum of a 2-day event. So double that schedule to 84 days. There are 8 weddings in June alone, including one tonight, which we already have heard. The pre-parties start the night before, and they are often noisy, like they were last night. The hacienda sits up on a hill. The noise carries down to the point we can hear actual conversations of the wedding members. It's an oppressive schedule for the neighborhood to endure. And those numbers, those are the guest numbers. They don't include on-site staff, service providers, caterers, and the other contract people hired that are necessary to make the weddings happen. So in closing, our entire area is zoned residential. And I mean, I look at the zoning code and there's 9 usages listed on page 10 from assisted living, nursing homes, B&B. These are all quiet usages. I don't see special event centers listed as ag ranch permitted usage. So we are really confused about this. It's understandable. They're way too noisy and they carry a big liability. So the B&B charade is a scary precedent for our whole area. And to make matters worse, the county does not have a code enforcement officer for noise. Our only choice is to call the sheriff's office for an official noise measurement at a noisy event, which we've done. And they really do want to help. God bless them. But on Saturday nights, they've been quite busy making arrests and helping firefighters put out brush fires. It's just not fair to call them or to make them the only noise experts in the county. We all have chosen our rural lifestyles and the extremely low ambient noise levels that we hold sacred. And we want to hear the wildlife and the bird songs on our properties. And for us, the sound engineer will talk about what ambient is. And the code is not just 55. It's 5 above ambient or 55 dBA, whichever is less. So this really, the ambient noise really must be addressed. There must be a baseline for the ambient noise. We never gave hacienda permission to use our private subdivision roads for extreme commercial use. These are steep, rugged roads. They weren't designed for this. And so we have 3 recommendations for you. Number 1, the owners must seek a noise variance for these weddings if they continue to be hosted outside. Number 2, we recommend the commission not approve this temporary development permit because it does not meet noise code, and our sound expert will show that next. And because the basis of the application we don't think is valid. Please continue to require the hacienda to apply for a special permit for each wedding, making the necessary adjustments to meet code. We ask you, how objective is it for them to take their own noise measurements? And please stop the weddings at 9 p.m. as the special permit calls for, not 10 p.m. like last Saturday. That created total havoc out here. Number 3, please, county, consider hiring a noise code enforcement officer. It's just not fair to the sheriff to come out here on a Saturday night when they're dealing with life and death matters. This permit would set a clear precedent for our area. We are quite concerned about hacienda not starting weddings up again next year and starting all over again. This is our heaven. It's our haven. We never wanted this conflict. We never asked for it. We've been very patient for over a decade now. And we do thank you, planning members, for your time tonight, and especially Penny Ellis Green, who's been very patient, and for also bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anybody else
that want to speak? Not yet.
Yes, please. If I may go next.
Yes.
I'm Tom Tamman, Vista del Oro, 88 Vista del Oro.
Sir, do you swear or affirm that you're going to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Tom Tamman of 88 Vista del Oro, adjacent to the Hacienda Dona Andrea. We get the brunt of noise pollution, and this is up to 12 times a month. I'm tired and fed up, but I am an engineer. Yes, I am a senior architect at IBM. I am a computer science and mechanical engineer. My entire career has been gathering and analyzing data. I spent the last 2 weeks doing extensive research, which is the foundation what I'm going to tell you. Do you see the blue divider which you have? Also, after the blue divider, that's the relevant part, what I'm talking to. You have 35 pages of information of the sound emission the Hacienda produces. Please note there is even more information in Dropbox for you. There's a link for Dropbox, and I hope you have in front of you the sound pressure level measurements and analysis. The sound data submitted by the Hacienda for the site development plan is very rudimentary and lacks essential information to be credible. What you see on page 1 and on the last page 34 is all what they produce as data, as raw data. Other reasons why I would deem their study as questionable are: A, details about equipment and procedures, where, what, and how are entirely missing. B, the results are not presented according to standards supported by the CDC and OSHA. They mention CDC and OSHA, but their results are not meeting their standards. Number 3, no ambient noise readings or baselines are provided whatsoever. Let me talk you through how this neighborhood came together to do the most accurate and thorough sound analysis that we could. First, we consulted with several professionals in the industry to educate and inform ourselves. 2, we spent over $1,000 on certified and accredited measuring and calibration equipment, nothing like what the Hacienda had. I have a 14-page report detailing all this equipment available to you in Dropbox. On June 11 alone, last had 6 microphones running at various spots on the neighboring properties. Before I conclude with our results, there is one key point I would like to quickly highlight. And Betsy did this already. But our neighborhood is not quiet. Our neighborhood is silent. That translates in an ambient reading of our neighborhood of 30 to 38 decibels. You find extensive data to our baseline measurement on page 23 following. However, let's have a look at page 8 to have a look at our results. OSHA and the CDC use one metric for these kind of measurements, and it's called LAEQ. It represents an equivalent sound level over a prolonged measurement time, similar to an average. We measured over 60 decibel LAEQ for the event on June 11, and you see this report on page 8. Other measurements on the next pages for this and previous events confirm a clear breach of the ambient level limit. The code states 5 decibel above ambient. The Hacienda is routinely exceeding this by 10 decibel and more. The extreme what we measured is a 20 decibel above ambient. If I have more time, I would love to elaborate, but in closing, we have a large body of substantive evidence made with calibrated equipment which meets official standards. The Hacienda does not. We presented very strong evidence that the Hacienda operates outside the sound levels required by the code. I ask, therefore, that the Hacienda not receive permission to conduct the rest of the season without individual event scrutiny, but rather prove that they can meet code requirements at every event as indicated in the special permits. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
Yes, I would. My name is Ken Perlow, and I live at 64 Vista del Oro.
Mr. Perlow, will you raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for the opportunity to speak on Hacienda Doña Andrea HDA's development plan, which I very strongly oppose. I live at 64 Vista del Oro, which shares a 1/3 of a mile property line with HDA immediately to our west. And this line is not fenced. I believe you received some written correspondence from me, and I won't repeat that. I do want to make sure that you actually got it, though. Well, all right, anyway. So you'd expect a good neighbor to let you know when they're doing work near that property line. They never have. And last November, they built a road with a turnaround right into our land, along with other road grading incursions. Now, Britt Contreras' account of this is kind of interesting. I gather what she was trying to say is they came onto our land to cut our dead wood because that was a problem. But I don't know who really gets to do that. But you'll see that this is part of a larger issue. So it might have been an honest mistake, I thought. I didn't know they were actually planning to do it. But we never heard a peep from them. So I do understand their predicament with their bookings. But they could have come directly to their neighbors about it. And if they had, there may have been some room for compromise. I have never wanted to put them out of business. It was a quaint B&B when we got here 18 years ago. I even stayed there a few times before we began building, and it was nice. Alas, it is not a quaint B&B anymore. Perhaps most revealing would be a call I had with co-proprietor and owner Max Contreras following last Saturday's event, which ran significantly over time, hence our conversation. He asked, well, what's wrong with an occasional party? And I said, well, nothing's wrong with that, but 8 weddings a month is not an occasional party, that's a nightclub. And I got no response to that other than a plea to let HDA finish up its contracts. And then I asked, as I believe you should ask, what assurance I'd have that, some months or year down the road, that they wouldn't resume booking such events. And I got no response to that either. And then finally, I invited Max to come up to our property during one of the big weddings and listen to what we have to hear. He refused. So my experience is that these folks at HDA do whatever they can get away with. And if you folks give them blanket permission for anything, they're going to test the limits really quickly. Noise, of course, is a problem for us and in other parts of the county too, as you know. Also, of course, the resource use and fire danger for any large gatherings. So it may fall to you planners to draft new ordinances with teeth to ensure we can all maintain peaceful enjoyment of our homes. But for now, rejection of this development plan will be a great start. And as I concluded those written remarks, which you may or may not have received, we did not move to this beautiful area and dutifully pay our taxes to live next to a nightclub. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you feel appropriate, I'd like to respond to that and provide some clarity on why the wedding sizes are so high at this point. A lot of it has to do with COVID.
No, hold on, Nathan. I think you can respond when you do your rebuttal at the end.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Hello. Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay, please state your name and address and get sworn in.
My name is Elizabeth Blumenstock. I live at 64 Vista del Oro. And yeah.
Ms. Blumenstock, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the chance to speak. I believe virtually all of us in the area are quite worried about impacts, of course, on water resources, fire risk, noise, roads, and liability. I wish to speak to just two of these troubling impacts. The large events up to 120 people, having that many people on this vulnerable land is really risky. First, in the case of fire, according to the National Park Service, almost 85% of wildfires are started by human negligence. And we have seen and are continuing to see, horrifyingly, just how quickly a wildfire can spread and destroy the homes and hopes of hundreds of people. I do not find it credible that anyone can adequately police up to 120 people, strangers who don't have any investment in the land they are visiting, strangers who may be wandering on the property without proper oversight, because it's not, 5 or 6 people on site, staff people are not really necessarily able to achieve proper oversight on that number of people. And if you add in, 120 people or 75 people and multiply it by 40 or 35 or whatever is remaining, the risk really skyrockets. This is frankly terrifying, just looking around the state of New Mexico and the Southwest generally these days. We live in a remote area, and while fires could spread across this tinder-dry landscape with incredible rapidity, fire trucks cannot get there probably for a half an hour to more than a half an hour from Madrid and Turquoise Trail fire departments. This is, just expands the risk. The probable new fire season for our area is at least April to November, and that is precisely when most of the events at the hacienda are likely to be booked, because that's the good weather season. So that's an unfortunate overlap of risk and usage. I feel that a same policy of risk management suggests that the hacienda be only permitted their 18 previously permitted guests under the B&B permit. I think that's the only prudent course. The other issue which racially concerns us all is liability, of course. I gather that the hacienda is a limited liability company and requires that its guests purchase liability insurance, but we have no way of ascertaining whether the coverage that they combined possess, the insurance monies that they can commit themselves to, would have any impact on any losses that we might sustain in the event of a bad fire. Losses to our homes or our land. So in other words, the hacienda is permitted to make profits and profits from their business, but the risks associated are spread out over the community, which does not profit from it, but only bears the risk. To me, that just isn't right. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for joining us. Anybody else?
Hello, I'd like to speak.
Okay, sir, please state your name and address and get sworn in.
Yeah, Jonathan Beswick, 02 Shady Drive, Cerritos.
Mr. Beswick, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Could you come a little closer? You're breaking up a little bit. Thank you.
Ah, okay, here we go. We good to go?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm hearing an echo. Good afternoon, commissioners and neighbors. I'm a video director, engineer, and content creator for major entertainment professionals. I can endorse what you heard from Tom Hammond. Based on 40 plus years of working with sound professionals, his report is very well executed, researched, and qualified. We all have concerns about the excessive usage of the Hacienda del Oro for weddings and parties. Loud music, noise starting in the afternoon and into the night several days a week, depleting the water table with excessive use, enhanced fire hazard from out-of-town guests smoking on the premises. This has been witnessed by neighbors. I've lived here for 20 years. We moved here for the rural, quiet, and isolated location, a place where we would feel safe riding our horses and relaxing in a quiet setting. I would have never thought at any point that there would be a restaurant bar-style establishment up here. And weddings are like going to a bar and a dance party. On several occasions, I've personally witnessed guests leaving the weddings and speeding down Goldmine Road, as well as hearing the parties from my yard, which is 2 miles away as the crow flies. Respectable members of the commission, my understanding is that the Hacienda has already booked dozens of weddings and gone ahead with site development through the 2022 summer before getting the proper permitting. This kind of behavior sets a dangerous precedent for our neighborhood. This is like your next door neighbor opening a bar, dance hall right next to your home. Because we all know weddings can be a loud celebration. I urge you to consider how you would feel if this were to happen to you next to your residential home. How would you feel to have your quiet and secluded home disrupted several times a week with traffic, noise, and music that might not be to your taste? I've worked for some of the largest bands in the world: James Taylor, Aerosmith, Prince, U2, Michael Jackson. I have to deal with noise and loud music for weeks at a time. I come home from work and I want to decompress. It's been isolated and quiet up until now. While I feel that all future events should be stopped, as Hacienda has apparently booked future parties without the proper permits to do so, I'm sympathetic to the unknowing couples who are looking to have an amazing wedding day. This is not their fault and should not have to suffer because of a business owner who is not respecting the code and covenants that are in place. We would like to object to the blanket permit plan that is being proposed and suggest that each event should have its own isolated permit applied for and reviewed for approval through the end of the wedding season, after which they need to stop. Beyond the 2022 season, I oppose any further permanent site development plans that would include permits to be issued to the Hacienda and its owners for the use of weddings, parties, or any event beyond the usage as a bed and breakfast. I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's next? Anybody else out there?
I would like to speak.
Okay, please state your name and address and get sworn in by the recorder.
My name is Jeannie Conley. I live at 38 Camino San Marcos.
Ms. Conley, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
My biggest concern is water usage, and I don't think them, as I understand, are taking their own meter readings can be concluded as completely accurate. I have lived out here for 10 years, and I had a well go dry, and I had to drill another well. So obviously, water is very precious to me. And of course, all the other issues are of concern to me: fire, noise. These are my biggest concerns. And just the traffic going up and down Vista del Oro, it's a very dangerous road. It's very curvy. People are going too fast. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
Oh, I would like to speak.
Please come forward and give your name and address and get sworn in by the recorder.
My name is Boyd Christensen. I live at 183 Grenfell Ranch Road.
Mr. Christensen, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Please proceed.
I would like to discuss an issue of fairness or equity, which I see in this request under consideration. And this is a different issue than has been serviced at all before. Several years ago, a neighbor here was getting ready to build a house. This is a self-employed single lady. She bought the land, hired an architect to design the house, hired a contractor to build the house, and applied for a building permit. She was denied the building permit because the road from Goldmine Road to her house did not meet the standards of the Sustainable Land Development Code. Several other houses in the area had been built after the Sustainable Land Development Code was adopted without the imposition of the road access requirement. Nevertheless, it's a real requirement. The requirement was imposed upon her and is now being applied to all new projects, as it should be. Upgrading the road cost $35,000, and then her building permit was issued. Overall, this increased her cost and delayed the project by half a year while she raised the funds to cover the unplanned expenses. The situation with the hacienda is analogous. They have operated for a number of years without the relevant code requirements being enforced. The only reason I can see for not enforcing them is what we have referred to many times here, all those contracts sitting out there, okay? And that would be a cost to the LLC if the code were enforced. This is where the equity arises. For the single lady, the issue of the cost to her was not considered to be relevant in enforcing the code. For the corporation, the LLC is a corporation, the issue of cost to it should not be relevant in enforcing the code. The law should be applied equitably to all persons. I urge you to reject the application by the corporation to continue operation in violation of the long-standing county requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
I would like to speak.
Okay, please state your name, address, and get sworn in by the recorder.
My name is Mira Burak, and I hear an echo.
Oh, there you go. Oops, sorry. Mira, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you repeat your address, please?
90 Corazon de Oro.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I live about a mile from the hacienda by car, but our home is actually situated just below the hacienda, one street down. And I'm just reiterating the context for the hacienda that so many people have spoken to, but these homes are situated on very large parcels with covenants to deter overdevelopment. And we do believe that this residential area is sacred, and we moved here to be close to nature, and our home is on 30 acres. And we are 45 minutes outside of Santa Fe for a reason. We're interested in living simply and responsibly. And my husband and I have 2 young children, ages 3 and 9. And we left the city to teach them the values of being connected to the natural world. And I know many people in this area have moved here from cities and retired here for that same reason. Since we moved here 9 years ago, each year the hacienda business and events have grown in size and got increasingly noisier and boisterous. And as many people talked about, sound travels on the terrain in very different ways. So we can hear crystal clear from our yard what is happening, what music is playing, what people are saying when they're giving speeches. And it's just gotten extremely boisterous with large amounts of people cheering and screaming. It's certain types of music really get people excited. And personally, with 2 young children who go to sleep at 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night, they have complained that they can't fall asleep when our windows are open. And these events are going until 10 p.m. and they're actually the loudest later at night because people have been drinking a lot and it's getting boisterous, and the volume seems to increase as the night goes on. And I noticed in the noise study that was presented, a lot of the readings were before 8:30 p.m. But if you do readings between 8:30 and 10, you're going to hear even louder. So I encourage that to be done. But my kids have to get up and go to school the next morning, or now they're going to camp. And, you know, this is not what we signed up for living here. And I'm just reiterating what other people say. We want to sit outside in our yards in the summertime and look at the stars, and without hearing loud, disruptive music. So that the noise is a very, very crucial issue for so many of us. But also, we are incredibly concerned about all of the ecological risks that people have brought up. And I also want to reiterate this idea of drunk driving, because everybody's mentioning it, but this is serious. We know what going to weddings is like. We all have been there. We all have partaken. It's meant to be a joyous thing. But this quantity of people driving in individual cars after that kind of partying, this is not safe for our community and for our families. And I'm saying that from like an extremely heartfelt place. That is very high risk. And it's really important that the owners no longer are members of the community. So it's very easy to put aside a lot of these issues when you don't live here anymore and you're not here every day and you're not experiencing all of this firsthand. So there's no meaningful engagement with the community anymore. And so we do not support this expansion even for the short period of time. Yes, my heart goes out to all of the wedding, all of the people getting married, but the commitment was made but under false pretenses, when things were not approved. So we want to preserve this community. We don't want a precedent set for this kind of behavior in such a tight-knit, peaceful location. And thank you so much for listening and giving us all the time to talk. We are truly grateful.
Okay, thank you for your input. Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
I would like to speak.
Okay, please state your name and address and get sworn in by the recorder.
My name is Mariana Hatton, address 29 High Feather Ranch, Cerritos.
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners, for this opportunity. Without going and being repetitive, I want to second all the previous comments as to how this has negatively impacted the neighborhood. And it's outside their current permitting. So not being a lawyer, but to me, that makes it illegal. As a former bed and breakfast owner and operator, I know what it takes to comply with regulations, whether they be county, state, and based on past and current operating procedures, this enterprise has not demonstrated a willingness to comply. And now they're asking for more exceptions to more rules that they're proposing. There's a pattern here. What we have is an operation that has morphed way beyond its original scope of a bed and breakfast, and not finding a quick and easy way to get legal, they are now begging to just be allowed to do this for the rest of this year, and then they promise not to do it anymore. They have long operated outside the license granted them for a B&B, operating as a wedding venue for years. When finally this has become exposed, that they did not complete the process for the development plan, which would have, if approved, brought them into code. But while it was pending, it highlighted many shortcomings in how they even run the wedding venue, whether that's parking, whether that's noise, not a compliant business, if you will. Now they're asking just to be a bed and breakfast. Oh, but it just so happens we have all these weddings booked for this year, and we want to finish those. But that brings with it the inherent issues that have caused us all to be here today. And if approved, that they could continue out this year's season they would promise not to do it anymore. They don't want to follow the rules for individual review of events. They didn't go forward with the development plan, and now they want to get approval for rules they like, which they are trying to create. But if granted a blanket approval to continue being a public nuisance through this year, they will promise not to do it anymore. In looking at their water budget, it is way off. I urge you to get the State Office of the Engineer involved if you don't have these kind of experts within the county, but it is way off. And they've never metered their well for the entire time of their existence and reported the readings annually to the Office of the State Engineer as required. But according to their budget, they estimated 1 to 2 loads of laundry per day. Clearly, it would be impossible to keep 9 guest rooms furnished with clean linens and towels if they're only washing 1 or 2 loads of laundry a day. As a B&B owner, I sometimes did 3 loads a day, and I had 3 rooms. This is a major concern because, again, it clearly indicates such bad faith in presenting a water budget that is so far off. The same is true for the budget for dishwashing, 1 or 2 loads a day. I often ran the dishwasher twice a day for 3 rooms, and I'm not sure how they could possibly arrive at an average number of toilet flushes per guest per day. And then there are showers and other use. Now, a typical calculation is 60 gallons per person per day. Conservatively, using an occupancy of 18 people lodging there for these 2-day events, or 200 events nights annually, times 60 gallons per person, that's 216,000 gallons. Their well is metered for 0.6 acre feet or 195,000 gallons. And my calculation is based solely on lodging. It does not include the water used to prepare for, during events of up to 120 people, or after an event. So I urge you, they're sucking our aquifer dry and profiting from it. Also, call me nosy neighbor, but I contacted Santa Fe County and spoke with one of your fine employees, the marketing coordinator for community development, Lisa Katonik. I asked if it was public information about lodger's tax reports. And she said, well, it could be. There are ways that you can request that information. She said, or I can request from another department. So Lisa said, as I recall, they stopped paying the monthly lodger's tax at the end of 2018. She said, I just assumed they went out of business, with the pandemic in 2019, et cetera. But I'll check. So she got back to me in a couple days and she said, the last time lodger's tax was paid or reported to Santa Fe County was the end of 2018. Now, I believe that unless the hacienda had closed out the tax account, that they would have still been subject to reporting, even if it was $0 to report. And yet they were admittedly in full-blown operation again in 2021, and now it's 2022. And at the time I spoke with Lisa 6 weeks ago or so, they had filed no lodger's tax reports or paid any lodger's tax. Lisa did tell me that steps were underway to, can't remember if she said audit or true up, but to collect the taxes that were owed. In light of the above, I strongly object to granting any approvals of a blanket nature. They have been and are continuing to violate the rules given them for the individually approved weddings. They have choices and live with the requirements, or they can look at being shut down. And I also would hate to be the one to tell a bride and groom and their families that their wedding at the hacienda is canceled. I would hate to be that one. But I didn't make the decision to go ahead and operate without the proper permits and book the weddings. They did. So again, I object to any approvals of a blanket nature if they continue to violate, whether it's noise, whether it's parking, whether it's water, meter readings, usage, then I think they should be shut down, period. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else out there that wants to speak?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name and address and get sworn in by the recorder.
My name is Wolfgang Brandt. I live at 95 Vista del Oro, one house down, from the hacienda.
Mr. Brandt, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please go ahead and start.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say, that I want to thank, the commission, the commissioners, to allowing us this meeting, and I also want to express my gratitude, to Ms. Green and the staff, to making this possible.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We can't understand you over here.
Can you hear me? No?
Now I can.
Oh. No, now you can? I might have
yes,
to move my.
Please try again.
I might have to move. Yeah, I might have to move my head over, to get closer to the microphone. Well, first of all, again, I want to thank the commission and the commissioners, for giving us the opportunity to speak, and also express my gratitude to Ms. Green and her staff. I would like to start with saying we have never. We have always agreed, to, the bed and breakfast, based on the permit that was granted, through a variance in 1999. We have been always, supported this, for the hacienda owners, and that has not changed. The reason why we're here today, and that seems to be a little bit lost in the shuffle here, is this sheer fact that the hacienda owner has never complied even with the variance that was, granted to them in 1999. A prime example for this is, one of the stipulations in the variance of 1999 was the fact that, the hacienda was supposed to turn in a water report every single year. And if that would not happen, that alone would be ground for dismissal or for any further development permits, period. It continues, as you have heard in the past, and I will, repeat all of this, is to 2010. To large weddings, and again, no permit, to do so. And now we are here, What I would like to focus on are a couple of things. The one thing that concerns us, of course, is, and one of your commissioners have already brought up that subject, what if the hacienda does not, again, comply with the, special use permits. So far, the only recourse that the county really had, to have any kind of control on these weddings was to use individual special use permits who specified or stipulated if they are, violated or not fulfilled the requirements there is. The land use administrator, it's under her discretion to deny further permits. Granting a blanket use permit will completely eliminate that kind of power or that kind of discretion that the land use administrator have. The question here becomes, will the hacienda abide, or not? As we have already proven to you, even on last Saturday's wedding that was granted through special use permit, yet again the requirements were not met.
Yet, when you look at the application, when I refer, to the application that reads Hacienda Donna Andrea Bed and Breakfast 2022 season that was submitted by the Seabed Group or Seabed Associates, one of the arguments that will be made, or was made by the property owner, was, that, one of the reasons why they think a special use permit or a blanket one should be granted, because it has caused them so much stress to, apply, to abide, or to follow the rules, or follow, the requirements that the county has imposed on them. And it has created too much stress for them that now they would rather have a blanket permit. The question one would ask himself, of course, is, if I request such a thing, maybe we need to look at in the past, how the pattern of compliance was. Well, the pattern of compliance was they didn't. So the owner of the hacienda states here, I refer to you Appendix number 1 on page 2, that granting such a blanket permit would, in their words, alleviate the concerns from the neighbors and provide peace of mind to the said neighbors. Well, I beg to differ, and I argue it does exactly the opposite. When an applicant has already been granted single special use permits and have already violated those or the requirements therein, what kind of incentive will the applicant have, knowing that these individually granted permits can already be a problem for the next one if they do not follow the rules, which they haven't? What incentive is there if there is for the next 6 months absolutely no requirement, or a leverage of the county to enforce this? To the county, the problem for the county and for us is granting a special use permit, that would cover the entire 6 months in a kind of a blanket approach, is simply that the county will also give up their leverage, to denying the next one. Again, I think we need to look at the pattern, of this, and I think it speaks, a very clear language. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else out there?
I'd like to speak. My name is Gary Clendenin. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address and get sworn in by the recorder.
Gary, would you spell your last name, please?
You still there? Gary, are you still there? Hello? Gary, we need your last name. I guess we have a bad connection. Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
Mr. Chair, if I could just reiterate that if there are any call-in users that would like to speak, they may have to press *6 in order to unmute themselves.
Thank you, Vicky. Hello, anybody out there? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And we're going to give the opportunity to the Nathan, Jim Siebert's office, to respond. But if you can go do it in a short amount of time, we'd really appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. In respect to your time, and I know that you also have a case coming up after this.
That's a big one.
So there was a lot of things that need to be addressed. One of the most important, I think, has to deal with the noise study. In our noise study, we did reference the professional grade equipment that was used and software. Doing some preliminary research after during the public hearing, it appears that the noise study conducted by the neighbors was done via iPhone and Android apps, which is nowhere near as accurate as our study. Also, there was some discussions regarding a variance approval in 98. This zoning was not approved through a variance. It was approved through a master plan by the BCC. There's been some talks of fire danger out there. There is no smoking signage, and it is strictly enforced by staff at the hacienda. As previously mentioned, we're going above and beyond for fire protection measures. And the request here is for 6 months. And, you know, we understand that the neighbors are upset, and that's why the request that was made was made. This is an allowable, permissible use in this zoning district. To be good neighbors, Max and Britt have surrendered their development right to allow this for the foreseeable future to not have to cancel anyone's wedding. These are real people, this is real life, and the outcome of tonight's meeting has real consequences. I just ask that you keep that in mind. And also, this request was supported and recommended for approval by staff, showing that this request meets the requirements of the code. Mr. Chair, with that, I just ask that, you know, you be considerate before any motions are granted or considered, and realize the implications of the decision before you. I understand this is a hard case, and I understand that you are all in a very tough predicament. But in order for the neighborhood to continue to twist the knife on Max and Britt, it ultimately will come down to the brides and grooms being punished. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, does commission have any comments, statements, motions, discussion? Frank?
Yeah, I have comments, and I think we probably should talk about this because this is a difficult one. I just am surprised that staff is recommending the approval. This intensive use of this property in this quiet residential, hard to access area seems to me completely inappropriate. I am persuaded that the noise level is way beyond what should be acceptable. And I understand that in a mountainous area, where I live, it's a little mountainous, and you know, you can hear a couple sitting on their patio fairly far away talking at night. And yeah, but at a wedding, that's the least of what's happening. It's really, really going to be loud. The real concern is, for me, the repeated past non-compliance. I don't trust these people to get them home, close down at 9 o'clock. And if they don't, I totally agree that you're not going to call the sheriff's office. They're not going to come up there. They shouldn't come up there. They got much more important things to do. There's no way of ensuring compliance. You know, the concern of drunk driving is fair. I mean, these things happen, but you bring 150 guests or 100 guests or 75 guests up for a wedding. That really, really, really increases the likelihood of a bad thing happening. And I really feel that we should not allow this.
Thank you, Frank. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple times it's been mentioned that coming in for a special use permit for each event. Now, would that change anything other than create more work for staff, because you'd have to deal with, you know, a single permit for each event, but would that really change how these events would be carried out?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, maybe I could address that. When we first issued the special use permit, the applicant had come in, had said they were going to submit. A special use permit should just be that. It should be a special use, like a one-time event. We see that for things like a road race, a bike race, a run, something special like that. It shouldn't be twice a week, every week. That's not really what I would consider a special use permit. And as administrator, in order to work with the applicant who did come in when we said you don't have the correct zoning for this, we agreed that we would issue these as special use permits so we could control what the conditions were. I don't think it's something that, but it was all contingent on having a site development plan. The site development plan has now changed. It's only for this year, but it's not something that I would recommend or I would approve as a land use administrator of a special event for a big use like this every week or twice a week. I mean, certainly if the Planning Commission wants to ask me to continue to do that so we can make sure there's compliance with the first one before we issue a next one, maybe we can condition that. But again, Commissioner Katz is correct. Without calling the sheriffs every single time or having one of my code enforcement officers go up there out of general work hours, it's going to be very difficult for us to make sure that, yes, everyone has left the property at 9 o'clock. As I said, I have had myself continual emails on a Sunday after a Saturday event that there is activity happening way past the 9 o'clock. So it definitely is a concern by me. And I think to answer a little bit from what Commissioner Katz had brought up, I think what staff is looking at here is the fact that it's just for the planned weddings, and we're looking at the fact that, and Vicky, you can add anything you would like as well, but we're looking at the fact that these brides and grooms have booked this wedding a long time ago. And without the fairly tight conditions that I think we recommended, I don't know that we would have recommended approval. But the fact that they're only for the events that have already been signed on, and that there's a 9 o'clock finish, and that if you don't comply for one, then the rest of them are kind of, you can't get the rest of them. We've got conditions to that effect. I don't know what we would have recommended if the applicant didn't change and didn't say it's only for the planned events. We didn't get to that stage. And I do want to address one more thing. Unfortunately, in our code, we don't have a use that says like a rural large event use. We just don't have that. If you look in the city where the big weddings take place, they take place in a hotel. A lot of events like that, and so your zoning would really there be for a hotel, but they would have large events there. Most of the hotels do have large meeting spaces, large event centers, but unfortunately in our code we don't have that. So we looked at the fact that the website clearly says that there's retreats, there's still a bed and breakfast use, but we wanted to be able to notice it to say with the large scale events attached to it, because we don't really have a category to put it in. So yes, it is a permitted use. The site development plan that you would submit is similar to a conditional use permit, but is reviewed administratively. And that is the other reason why I, as land use administrator, decided there's a section under the code that allows me to bring this to a public hearing, so both sides could be heard and the Planning Commission could make a decision on it, rather than it just being handled administratively. So I hope that helps with a couple of points.
Thank you, Penny. Penny, I have a question. Are your code enforcement inspectors still certified to do sound readings?
Mr. Chair, I believe that we have the certified sound readings is through the Sheriff's Office, because they do enforce the nuisance ordinance. And they have the ones that have been calibrated. But again, they have one or two of those, and they really don't want to be going out every Saturday night or every Friday night to do this. I believe we have a sound meter, but whether or not it has been calibrated, I don't know if we've kept it up to the right calibration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just piggyback off what was said by Penny? As stated, we have abided by the conditions set forth in the special use permits. There is no reason to not allow for that to continue to happen. The whole point of this request was to perform some insurance that we would not be living on a week-to-week basis, and events could be canceled, and bride and grooms would be canceled within 24 hours or less than 24 hours of them arriving on site. We will continue to submit the required insurance, catering information, noise variances from the sheriff's office, as well as any applicable information to the special use permits. The intent of this request was just to say, we're giving up our right to do this for the foreseeable future, for no one has to suffer and have their wedding canceled. So to date, not a single notice of violation has been issued on the property. And furthermore, this is all just a neighborly feud that has gotten out of hand and has been boiling over for years. But at the end of the day, the innocent bride and grooms are the ones that are going to pay for this. So I just ask that you really take staff's recommendation into consideration and allow this to continue for 6 more months. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, commissioners, what's our discussion or pleasure? Frank?
Let's see.
He wanted to go
Oh,
first.
JJ.
Excuse me. Tonight we have heard some very compelling testimony from the opposition. There's many violations with reporting water use, not installing a water meter, noise violations, continuing events after 9 p.m., making a lot of noise. And I can't fault the county staff for trying to help the applicant with continuing some of the weddings. But but it seems that I can't support this application. It's a bad precedent to let this continue without approval from the county or from the Planning Commission. I move to deny the application and cancel all weddings for the remainder of 2022. If this case is approved, I would like to add the following conditions: that there use a valet service to bus in all the guests and have security stop the event at 9 p.m. So my motion is to deny the application. That's my motion.
Okay.
I second Commissioner Gonzalez's motion.
Okay. Yeah, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, to me, listening to all the sides here and the history of this problem, the only factor that makes this difficult for me is that our deliberations affect persons that are not party to our discussions here, and that is these wedding participants. But what really bothers me and offsets that concern is that this has been brought to the attention of the Hacienda folks better than a year ago. We have one witness here that says, even though back in August of last year we reported this illegal special event center to the county after persistently asking the owner to comply with the original business license. So this business has known about this problem before they scheduled these weddings. And my heart really goes out to these people, but I have to agree with the motion maker here that I totally agree that I can't support this act, and I really think that they need to stop the weddings, period. This is my area that I represent of the county. I know exactly what that road is. I know those folks up there. I know how this is going. I know how sound carries out there. And the fact that this has been going on for years and that these people have been scofflaws for years concerning water is just not allowable. And finally, I'm very concerned that of somehow passing a temporary permit here where the county has never done this before. I really am concerned that from a county perspective, that's going to set a very bad precedent. So I have to support the motion maker that I cannot approve of this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Leroy.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request some.
Hold on, Nathan. Hold on, Nathan. We're in the process right now. We're still. Leroy, continue.
Okay, I also support JJ's motion to deny the application for the simple reason that of the violations that happened in the past, and I can't see myself approving it.
Okay, Frank?
Yeah, I very much appreciate how hard the county staff has tried to work with the folks and, said, okay, as long as you abide by these strict rules, we will approve on a one-by-one basis. And we had testimony that in the last few weeks, the parties did not end at 9 o'clock, that the noise level was uncomfortably loud. And so I appreciate what staff has tried, but I just don't think that it can happen with these kinds of events. I mean, you're not going to tell your wedding guests to shut up and to be quiet. I mean, that's not what a wedding is about, and it's unfair for everybody.
Okay. I think we should take the vote now.
Mr. Chair, before a vote is taken, I'd like to get some clarification on the motion that is being approved. And I'd also like to mention the fact that no violations have occurred. Staff recommended approval of this request. We have the right to appeal this to the BCC. Is it possible to allow special use permits on a one-to-one basis as this process goes forward through a BCC appeal? And I would like that to be included in the motion.
I can't include anything else in the motion. I think the only choice we have now is just to take our vote.
Well, once again, Mr. Chair, can you clarify what you're voting on?
Hold on, Steve, what you have something to say?
Do you need a second on this? Has there been a second?
We already had a second on it.
We do?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
Mr. Chair, can we get the motion restated, please, just so that we're clear on what the Planning Commission's decision is?
Sure. JJ, can you restate that motion?
Yes, I can. The motion I made was to deny the application and cancel all weddings for the remainder of 2022 season. If this case is approved, I would like to add the following conditions. To use the valet service to bus in all the guests and have security stop at 9 p.m. So the conditions are only if the case is not denied. So my denial is to stop all weddings for the 2022 season. That's my motion.
Okay. Can Karen, can you give us a roll call, a vote call?
Commissioner Cerna?
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Padar?
I'm sorry, I vote to deny also.
Commissioner Krenz?
Deny.
Commissioner Katz?
Deny.
Commissioner Lopez?
Denied.
Commissioner J.J. Gonzalez?
Deny.
And Chair Gonzalez?
Deny.
Motion to deny passes.
Okay. Thank you all for coming in or for calling in, and we're going to continue on with the next case. Actually, I think you guys want to take a break?
Yeah, take 5 minutes, stretch the legs.
Yeah, let's take about a 10-minute break. Thank you. To get started? Okay, let's call this meeting back to order. The sooner we start, the sooner we can go home later. Okay, I call this hearing back to order. Let's skip to case number 21-5140, Essentia Subdivision Conceptual Plan and Variance. Vicky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentia Holdings LLC applicant, Jenkins Gavin agent, requests conceptual plan approval for a 710-lot residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres, more or less. The applicant is also requesting a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.12.1 of the SLDC in order to allow only single-family homes rather than a mix of housing types as required by code. The property is located within the Community College District east of New Mexico 14 at the end of Camino Vista Grande and at the end of Vista del Monte, within Section 30, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission District 5. The subject property was previously known as a Centera development. In 2002, the BCC approved a master plan for a mixed-use development in a village zone consisting of 520 residential units and 29,117 square feet of commercial space on 245 acres of the subject property. Other than a request for a 2-year extension of the master plan, there were never any additional approvals granted, and the master plan is now expired. The property has since been acquired by Essentia Holdings LLC. They are now requesting conceptual plan approval for a 710-lot residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres. The applicant is also requesting a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.12.1 of the SLDC in order to allow only single-family homes rather than a mix of housing types as required by code. The conceptual plan contemplates a minimum of 608 single-family lots to be developed in 5 phases. The minimum proposed overall net density is 4.5 dwelling units per acre as shown, and the maximum proposed net density is 5.25 dwelling units per acre, or 710 units. The final lot dwelling count will be established at the subdivision platting stage for each phase. However, the minimum number of lots for each phase is stated in the staff report. The project is situated predominantly in a village zone interspersed with an arroyo corridor and fringe zones. The applicant is proposing to redefine the village zone to a village neighborhood subdistrict through the conceptual plan application. A village neighborhood subdistrict is appropriate for flatlands, pinon juniper land types, and shall be located within a village subdistrict. The minimum net density in the village zone subdistrict is 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and minimum net density in fringe subdistrict is 1 dwelling unit per acre, which can be clusters such that there are no more than 4 dwelling units per acre. A village zone neighborhood does not require a non-residential component. On April 20th, 2022, this request was presented to the SLDC hearing officer. The hearing officer's decision was to recommend approval of the request for a conceptual plan to allow a 710 lot residential subdivision subject to staff conditions with some amendments and additions. The hearing officer recommended denial of the variance request that would allow for only single-family residences rather than a mix of housing types. The applicant has addressed the conceptual plan approval criteria per SLDC Chapter 8.10.3.5 as stated in the staff report. Staff has also provided responses to the criteria. Variance, Chapter 8.10.3.12.1b of the SLDC states, a mix of housing types is required, including single-family and multifamily, within a village neighborhood subdistrict. The applicant is requesting a variance to provide only detached single-family housing within the proposed Essentia community. The applicant states, although the project will consist of single-family homes only, a variety of lot sizes are proposed, which will serve a range of homebuyers and housing needs. According to the Santa Fe Association of Realtors State of Housing Report for 2020, there is record low inventory of for-sale single-family housing and market pressure continues to drive up home prices in the Santa Fe area, including Santa Fe County. The proposed range of lot sizes will increase supply to serve this critical housing need across a range of price points. Furthermore, when viewed in the context of the community college district as a whole, a mix of housing types is being achieved throughout the various developments that have been constructed, are under development, or have been approved. Of particular note are many existing townhomes in the forthcoming 200-unit elevation apartment community in Rancho Viejo and the live, work, and attached housing in Oshara Village. Lastly, demand for multifamily housing is being addressed by significant development activity in the city. As of April 2021, 1,216 units were under construction and another 1,747 units were approved for a total of almost 3,000 new apartment units. Best practices encourage multifamily development near employment, services, and public transportation. Staff's response is that the intent of the CCD plan is to provide a wide variety of affordable housing types, including single-family, attached, multifamily, rental, and live work that provide choice and meet the diverse needs of the residents. The 200-unit apartment complex that the developer is referring to is a few miles away from the proposed Essencia development. It was approved years ago and is still not under construction. The SLDC requires a mix of housing types for all developments within the CCD. The applicant has addressed the variance review criteria as stated in the staff report, and staff has also responded to the criteria. The following studies, reports, and assessments were submitted with this application: an environmental impact report, an adequate public facilities and services assessment, a water service availability report, a traffic impact assessment, and a fiscal impact assessment. The application was reviewed for the following applicable design standards as per Chapter 7, Sustainable Design Guidelines of the SLDC: access, fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signage, road design standards, access and traffic, utilities, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, and affordable housing. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed the application for conceptual plan approval and a variance request for compliance with pertinent Sustainable Land Development Code requirements. In regards to the variance recommendation, staff finds that the variance to have only one housing type, single-family residential, does not meet the spirit and intent of the SLDC, and the applicant has not demonstrated that there are extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions of the property. Granting of the variance would set a precedent for future developments. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request and recommends that the applicant revise their conceptual plan application to reflect and identify the mix of housing types and the maximum number of dwelling units proposed per phase. The hearing officer's recommendation on the variance was that the testimony submitted did not establish that the variance standards of the SLDC had been met, and the variance request does not meet the variance criteria of the SLDC. Therefore, the hearing officer recommended that the variance request be denied. In regards to the conceptual plan, staff finds that all other facts presented support the request for conceptual plan approval. Review and agency comments conditionally support the request for conceptual plan approval, and the application meets the submittal requirements and the design standards as set forth in the SLDC. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the conceptual plan request for a 710-lot residential subdivision subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter staff's recommended conditions 1 through 22 into the record?
Yes, you may.
With one amendment to it, or one change to a typo on number 22, the last line that states unless an appeal, it should say is filed instead of if filed. So in regards to the conceptual plan request, the decision of the hearing officer is to recommend approval of the conceptual plan request for a 710-lot residential subdivision subject to the conditions recommended by staff, with modifications to conditions number 3 and 19 as follows. Condition number 3 would read, connection to Avenue Po on east side of property shall be obtained at the time the owner dedicates property for access rather than during phase 2. And condition number 19 would read, signage shall be allowed for each subdivision, phase, or portion in the development. Staff does not support the conditions as amended by the hearing officer. It is staff's position that the applicant is required to provide for the continuation of existing or proposed roads as shown on the official map, and therefore the connection to Avenue Po on the east side of the property shall be made in phase 2. It is also staff's position that a variance would need to be requested in order to allow more than one sign for the development, as the Essentia development was submitted as a single residential subdivision. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Vicky. Does the commission have any questions of staff?
Mr. Chair,
JJ.
I've got a question of Vicky. I read at the beginning that this was a 610 subdivision, a request. And then later on, it went up to 710. How did they get to that number?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Gonzalez, the minimum number of dwelling units they would be proposing is 608, and the maximum is 710. So I think, and the applicant may be able to address this further, but I think if they are required to include a mix of housing types, they may need higher densities in order to make that work.
Vicky, the way I read this is that they had a 15% bonus for their affordable housing, and that amounts to like 92 units. And you add 610 and 92, you get 710, or 608 and 92, you get 610. Is that something we've heard before? You get a bonus if you add affordable housing and increases your density?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Gonzalez, as far as the density requirements in the community college district, they actually set a minimum density, and the minimum density in the majority of this site is 3.5 dwelling units per acre. So they can go anywhere above that and meet the density requirements. So there's really not any need for a bonus in order to achieve the densities that they're proposing.
That's confusing for me because I've heard a little bit different. But anyway, you're the authority on this, so I accept your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Anybody else have any questions of staff? Steve?
A question under the affordable housing section, it says a total of 107 affordable lots will be required. How do you define an affordable lot?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Katz, there is a section in the SLDC that requires them to provide housing based on tiers and median incomes. So those would be the regulations that would govern what would be classified as an affordable home, and the county would have to justify and verify that these are being sold as affordable dwelling units based on that criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else? Rhea?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a question for staff regarding the affordable housing. I noticed that there are a lot of the infrastructure is the responsibility of the homeowners association. So when calculating the affordable housing lots or units, are those home ownership association fees taken into account, or is that separate?
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Cerna, the homeowners association would be responsible for the maintenance and upgrade of maintenance of the improvements, but I don't believe, and we're looking into that, but I don't believe that they are charged fees for that.
Okay, anybody else? Commissioners? I have a question. When I was reading the packet, I saw something in there where we did not receive a report from the NMDOT. Did we ever get anything in from them?
Mr. Chair, we did, and I believe it's in your packet. Let me see what exhibit it is. It should be in Exhibit 3, and I will give you the page number here. It's, okay, Mr. Chair, it is on page NBD-63.
Thank you, Vicki.
Actually, it starts, that's the last page, so it actually starts, yeah, I guess that's their comments, NBD-63.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, let's go to the applicant now. Please proceed with your presentation. Is that Jennifer?
Mr. Chair, I believe she's on mute.
Okay, I got it. Okay. Thank you. I was unable to unmute myself. Good evening, Chairman Gonzalez and Commissioners. I am Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here this evening on behalf of Price Land Development and Essentia Holdings in request for conceptual plan approval for the Essentia subdivision. And
oops, I was going to swear you in.
Of course.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have a presentation. I will try to keep it as brief as possible. I know it's already been quite a long afternoon. So with your permission, I would like to go ahead and share my screen.
Please do.
Thank you. So I'm assuming everyone can see the presentation?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So as I mentioned, I'm here this evening on behalf of the Essentia conceptual plan. And the owner and developer of the project is Price Land Development. We are the owner's representative, Jenkins Gavin. Land planning services provided by SEC Planning and engineering services provided by Bohannon Houston. And we do have our consultant team here this evening to address any questions that you may, have. So this is the Essentia subject property. It is about 277 acres, and it is located essentially southwest of Rancho Viejo master plan. So this is all kind of Rancho Viejo in this area here. We are obviously not part of Rancho Viejo, but we are directly adjacent. So this is I-25. This is Highway 14. This is Vista Del Monte that intersects with Highway 14 and 599 right here. And Vista Del Monte does currently terminate at our northwest property. So as is stated in your staff report, Essentia is within a village zone of the Community College District. The Community College Ordinance was adopted in 2000 with the intent to encourage compact development and encourage housing and affordable housing and make efficient use of resources and public infrastructure improvements. So this is the entire Community College District area. And then you can see Essentia here, essentially kind of in the western half of the planning area. So with respect to the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, as you're probably aware, the Community College District is identified as the county's primary growth area. So this is the part of the county where the county really is encouraging, directing growth to occur, directing investment in infrastructure, and so on. So this is established as Sustainable Development Area 1. So zooming in a little bit, you can see the subject property here. It is undeveloped and vacant. There is, the terrain is quite gentle. There is kind of a primary drainage that moves through the project here. As I mentioned previously, Vista Del Monte terminates at our northwest corner. You can see the existing Avenida del Sur that terminates at Avenue Po right here. And this will be, this extension of Avenida del Sur here will be our primary access into the community. And then over here, you can see the Turquoise Trail South community. And this is the Colibri community that is under construction now. So just some of the highlights. We are proposing a village neighborhood sub-district within the village zone. Our current lot layout reflects 608 homes, and we are constructing the project in 5 phases. But with respect to the conceptual plan, we are proposing a maximum permissible density of 710 homes. So, and as Vicki correctly stated, if we are going to be providing a mix of housing types with respect to our variance request, then we just needed to create a little bit of flexibility within the conceptual plan as we move forward with each phase of development. And 15% of the proposed homes and the proposed lots will be developed with affordable housing in accordance with county requirements. So depending upon the final count, that it's probably going to be around 100 affordable homes for the Santa Fe community, which is really wonderful. And we are excited about that. There is a density bonus for affordable housing outside of the community college district, but it does not actually apply within the community college district. And in accordance with the CCD requirements, over 50% of the property is being preserved in open space. That will include almost a 7-acre community park as well as 4 smaller neighborhood parks. There will be an extensive trail network throughout the open space that will connect to the existing trail network in Rancho Viejo. And then, of course, we do have a variance request accompanying the conceptual plan application to, we are providing a mix of housing types, but they all do fall into the single family detached category. And we'll talk about that a little more momentarily. So this is just that village neighborhood sub-district that you can see here with respect to the community college district zoning. And this is our conceptual plan. So you can see that we have phase 1 is kind of in this north central area, northwest quadrant of the project. Phase 2 is in our northeast quadrant. And then we jump down to the southwest area for phase 3. And phase 4 is kind of the south central area. And then phase 5 is in this area here. All of the area in the gray is, of course, our dedicated open space. We have our community park really kind of in the heart of the neighborhood. And then you can see our pocket parks here. So with respect to access, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide because I think it's a little more illustrative. So this is, we have everything colored here. And so what the different colors of lots are depicting are the variety of lot sizes that we're providing. We're providing lots that are 45 feet wide, lots that are 55 feet wide, and lots that are 65 feet wide. And what that accomplishes is a really big variety of housing types, housing sizes, and architecture. And so we really are serving a kind of a pretty broad spectrum of the market in terms of the housing that is provided. And our access point will begin here at the existing terminus of Avenida del Sur at Ava Nupo. We will be constructing a new roundabout at this location and continuing Avenida del Sur here to our west boundary, and another roundabout at our main access drive into the project. We are also constructing in our first phase 1.5 mile sewer line extension from this west boundary of our project all the way over to Highway 14 to connect to the Valle Vista lift station that does flow into the county's Quill wastewater treatment plant. So it's really important and significant piece of infrastructure for the community college district, the county's primary growth area, that does really create a significant expansion of the county's system in this area. So this just lays out the proposed phasing in terms of the number of lots proposed in each phase. And again, it shows 608 here because this is based on our current lot layout. And again, we're at a conceptual plan level. So as we move in and subdivide each phase, and with a subdivision application to the BCC for each phase, this will obviously be refined. And then this shows the affordable lots that will be provided. So we do the 15% affordable on a phase by phase basis. So every single phase will include that. So these are some concept drawings for our large community park that will include active play opportunities as well as passive recreation opportunities, and of course, good connections to the trail network. And then this shows a concept for the smaller neighborhood pocket parks, a little more passive in nature, great opportunities for community interaction in each of the neighborhood areas. And this shows the alignment of this 1.5 miles of off-site sewer infrastructure that is going to be a public infrastructure improvement that the development is installing in the initial first phase. So we're going to talk about access for a moment. This is the Community College District Circulation Map that was adopted as part of the ordinance that was adopted in 2000. And so we've zoomed in here on the bottom, and you can see Essentia here outlined in orange. And what this reflects is that Avenida del Sur is intended to connect out to Highway 14. This has been quote unquote on the books for some time, is the Avenida del Sur extension to the west. And what it also reflects here is a connection from Ava Nupo, which is right here, that would go through the Essentia project, and then a north-south roadway as well. Also, with respect to the Santa Fe County Transportation Plan, mirrors that to a large extent. It shows the connection of Avenida del Sur out to Highway 14. It shows the connection to Ava Nupo at the northeast corner, and then it shows a north-south connection here with an eventual, providing an eventual connection opportunity out to the state land to the south of Essentia. So a traffic study, of course, was conducted. What this map shows are the intersections. We scoped the study with Santa Fe County Public Works as well as with the Department of Transportation to determine which intersections we were required to analyze. So this shows a series of 6 intersections, starting with Highway 14 and 599 in Vista Del Monte here, Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Highway 14. Then we jump over to Richards Avenue and Avenida del Sur. And then we get down to Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, Avenida del Sur and Ava Nupo, and then our new connection to Avenida del Sur here as the primary access to the project. So as I'm sure the commission is aware, traffic studies are based upon how intersections function, because intersections are kind of our choke point, if you will. And so if the intersections that are studied are operating acceptably, that means there is adequate capacity in the roadway network and adequate levels of service. So each intersection is assessed based on existing conditions, and then when you introduce the traffic from the proposed project, you get a build condition. And so it's kind of a grading system that goes from A through F. And these are national standards established by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So every traffic study uses this methodology that is based upon these national standards. And so as you can see, if you're at level of service of A, you have minimal, it's all based upon the delay at the intersection that is experienced by the driver. And so A, it means minimal delay, and then it goes down to D in terms of a higher level of delay. And with respect to the SLDC, level of service E is considered an unacceptable level of delay. On a national standard, it is considered an acceptable delay, but with respect to the SLDC, it is not. So with respect to the results of our traffic analysis, we looked at the existing conditions, and then we fast forward through the full build condition and looked at each phase. So as you can see in the full build condition, we are maintaining acceptable levels of service in terms of A, B, C's, and then we have 1D in the full build condition at Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard. So it is really important to recognize that per condition of approval number 6 in your staff report, we will be updating our traffic study with every single phase. So when we submit a subdivision plat application with phase 1, it will be accompanied by an updated traffic study. So, because we can't look at this once today and think that the results are going to hold true in 5 years. Obviously, that's inappropriate. So, this traffic study is going to be an organic document that is going to be updated, so it will reflect existing conditions. It will reflect new development. For example, in Rancho Viejo is moving forward with their next phase. So obviously that is going to change the conditions. So we do acknowledge and anticipate that there's probably a pretty good likelihood that there could be additional off-site improvements to any of these studied intersections that may be required as part of, maybe it's phase 1, phase 2, whenever it might be, but the traffic studies will bear that out. So we will have the data, the traffic studies will tell us, for example, at Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, which is an area that we think is potentially going to need some improvement in the future. That will be borne out by the studies. And then Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard are county facilities. Those are county roads. So obviously we'll work with the county and work with Public Works to determine, what type of improvements are warranted there. So with respect to the roadway improvements that we are constructing as part of the project, in phase 1, this is our main front door access. We're building a brand new roundabout here. And this will be built to standards as established by Santa Fe County. Because Avenida del Sur is already a county project. The county has already done a preliminary engineering study of this extension out to Highway 14. In the bond issue that was approved in 2020, the Santa Fe County was funded $1 million for design of the extension as well as for right-of-way acquisition. And it is our understanding, we've been communicating with Public Works pretty regularly on this, that the 2022 bond issue that is coming up in November will include funding for construction of this extension. However, in the first phase, this is about 30% of the entire length of the extension out to Highway 14. But this includes 2 roundabouts. There are no additional roundabouts proposed as you move west out to Highway 14. So while this is about 30% of the linear footage of the project that the developer is constructing, it's probably about 50% of the overall cost relative to the 2 roundabouts that will be constructed. So this will be built in phase 1. And then per the condition of approval that was proposed by Santa Fe County and recommended by the hearing officer, which we are in total agreement with, we will also be taking the, doing improvements to the currently unpaved portion of Vista Del Monte and ensuring that there is a 22-foot wide compacted base course surface there out to the point where there is, where the pavement begins as you approach the Turquoise Trail South neighborhood. And so that'll all be constructed in phase 1. And as was mentioned in Vicky's presentation, we also, per the transportation plan and the community college district circulation map I showed you, there is a requirement for a connection to Avanupo, which we completely understand. The problem is we don't own this property. So we don't have right-of-way or easement. So we have no rights to cross Rancho Viejo's property here in order to make that connection happen. And so we asked the hearing officer and proposed an alternative condition of approval that basically just says, we'll build it. We just need the right-of-way to be granted. As a private sector developer, we do not have condemnation rights. So we spent about 5 months working to acquire that right of way. We were unsuccessful. So we let the county know that that was the case. And so we've had discussions with them about them exercising their condemnation rights. So we can, as you can see, it's a very modest area of right of way that would be required. But our hands are tied. And so we really appreciated the hearing officer recognizing that constraint, that the timing of constructing that connection is really based upon the timing of when the right-of-way is dedicated to Santa Fe County. And then, and also we saw that there is a requirement for this sort of north-south spine road here, and then we will be dedicating right-of-way in order to facilitate a future connection to the south. And this, as I mentioned, just shows the Avenida del Sur extension project on the 2020 bond issue, and that it is our understanding that construction funding is going to be on the 2022 bond issue, and that Essentia is, building a really significant portion of this. So Santa Fe County doesn't have to. Santa Fe County does not have to fund that portion of the roadway construction. And as I mentioned, this is the kind of modified condition of approval that was proposed and recommended by the hearing officer with respect to the connection to Avanupo. And lastly, the subdivision identification signage. This is a kind of a master plan area, if you will, similar to Rancho Viejo. It's a master plan area. But within Rancho Viejo, you have La Entrada, you have Windmill Ridge. I mean, you have all these various kind of sub-neighborhoods, if you would. So we're in a very similar situation. So within the kind of master plan area of Essentia, where we will have individual subdivision neighborhoods, just allowing for simple, identification monument signage at the entry to each of these neighborhood areas. And so the hearing officer did recommend that modification, and so that is reflected here. So with respect to the variance, as I mentioned, with the variety of lot sizes that we have incorporated into the plan, that creates the opportunity for a lot of diversity in the housing itself. And one of the things that we have learned is that with the home buyer, the home buyer is given an option between, say, a townhome product where they're attached to their neighbor or a detached product. They're going to pick the detached product every time. And so we really like the idea of providing affordable housing and providing, diversity of architectural styles and elevations, but letting everybody have that experience of their detached home and their yard space all around them. And with respect to multifamily development, this particular site it's not ideal. There's no public transit. There's very minimal access to services, shopping, employment. And so, Mr. Price, when he was first looking at this project, he brought probably the premier multifamily developer in the state of New Mexico to this site to say, hey, what do you think? He's like, this is not a multifamily site. It's not ideal. And when we talk about, as Vicki mentioned in her presentation, is the CCD talking about providing a variety of affordable housing. When we talk about multifamily rental housing, the SLDC's affordable housing regulations only apply to single family lots. They don't even apply to multifamily housing. So if we add multifamily housing into the mix in this situation, we actually are going to be decreasing the amount of affordable housing that we can provide. And so we believe we are meeting the intent of a diversity of housing choices with respect to size but while in providing that detached experience that we have learned is the home buyer's preference. But I would like to introduce Garrett Price, who is the applicant here this evening. And I would like him to speak to this a little bit, because this is something that as a long time a developer and home builder in New Mexico, he lives this every day. And so I would like to introduce Garrett. So if we could let Garrett unmute himself, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can the commission hear me? Great. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Garrett Price. I am President of Price Land Development Group. And a little bit of backstory.
Oh, Mr. Price, can I swear you in first, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Will you raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm?
My name is Garrett Price. My address is 500 Marquette, Suite 1060, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87102.
And do you swear that what you're telling us is the truth?
Okay, so Jennifer, very well said, and as well as Vicki, I appreciate your comments. A backstory, as Jennifer mentioned, I've spent the last 25 years in public home building. Prior to starting my own company 5 years ago, I worked with Pulte Homes for roughly 16 years as their vice president.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't
and in that time, I worked on several different projects within the city of Santa Fe. The most recent was putting together the Los Solares project in Ross's Peak. Also, I spent years with Syntex Homes way back in the day and worked on Tierra Contenta. The reason why that
could you hold up for a minute? Thank you. Hold on first, 1 minute. Vicki.
Mr. Chair, I think we just need to get confirmation. It wasn't in the record that he did swear that he was telling the truth.
Yes, Mr. Price, could you please confirm that you agreed to the swearing in? Still talking. Hello, Mr. Price.
Start over again.
Can we do that?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. He is having some sound issues. So Garrett, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you can hear us, but they needed confirmation that you have sworn to tell the truth. Yes, we can hear you now. Could you please just confirm for the record that you've sworn to tell the truth? Oh, looks like we're having some technical issues. You know, we can go ahead and close our presentation there, Mr. Chair. And our apologies, and hope maybe Mr. Price can get his technical issues resolved, and if you would like him to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Was there anybody else on your team that was going to speak, Jennifer?
No, that concludes our presentation, but we are happy to stand for questions. And like I said, I do have my consultant team here if there are any specific questions for them as well.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions of the applicant? Frank?
Yeah, I do. Hi, Jennifer. My question concerns sort of the difference between the multifamily housing and the separate housing. And I guess my question is, there are smaller and larger lots, but let's assume the smaller of the lots, the smallest of the lots, which seem like a fair number of them in phase one. What do you expect those houses are going to sell for?
You know, those are probably going to be in around the 400 range on the market rate side. Obviously, we'll have affordable homes that will be priced in accordance with county regulations. But those homes will be in that 400 range, and that's based upon current market conditions. And of course, we're quite a bit away from actually bringing homes to the market.
Okay, and if you were doing the required multifamily homes, how much would they go for?
Same.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Katz. So it depends on the multifamily program. I mean, so we have not yet determined if the variance. I mean, obviously we've had internal discussions, but if the variance is denied, then we have to go back and as Vicki mentioned, make some modifications to the conceptual plan just to identify, yes, we're doing a mix of housing types, and this is what those mix of housing types look like. So is it a combination of some rental product? Is it a combination of attached for sale product? And so what does that look like? And so that is something that we don't know. But it's an interesting question though, Mr. Katz, is that part of the challenges is we have our 45-foot lot that accommodates a detached home. To do something similar in, say, a townhome scheme, those homes on a per square foot basis actually cost the same to build. So we're sitting with a townhome product potentially over here, a detached product over here. We would have to depress the pricing of the townhome product because given the choice, the home buyer is going to 99.9% of the time elect and select the detached home. So it creates a challenge for us from that standpoint, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I have a question. Does the proposal for your residential units, does that include two-story structures as well?
Yeah, there'll be a combination, yes, Chairman Gonzalez. There'll be a combination of two and single-story structures.
Is the development going to have any perimeter fencing?
Probably not. That's a big perimeter. And so we really, we have, trail connections and, to our surroundings. So no, we are not gating or fencing this neighborhood. I mean, the homes and the yards, they're going to have, their fencing, but yeah, we're not proposing a fence around the acreage, but that's an excellent question.
Also, on one of the plans I was looking at, it showed a fire access out of, was it an emergency access off of Camino Vista Grande? Is that still in the plans?
That is not in the plans anymore. That's going to be the sewer corridor. So that will need to be potentially accessible just for sewer maintenance. Pardon me. But we are no longer, that emergency access is no longer proposed.
Okay, another question. Are these proposed units that you're going to put there, are they going to be large enough to have to comply with a rainwater harvesting cistern ordinance?
It's possible there might be a few, but it's not going to be significant. I think most of the homes are probably going to be under that 2,500 square foot threshold. But there'll probably be a few for sure. We have some areas with some larger lots that would accommodate a larger home.
And I would imagine that you guys are gonna, your client's gonna put out letters of credit or financial guarantees for those road improvements.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
thank
sir.
You. Does anybody else have any questions? JJ.
Yes, I've got a question. You mentioned that you had trouble accessing Avanupo, and you're going to ask the county to condemn the property so you could get access to that street. How are you going to do that? This is for Jenkins.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez and Chairman Gonzalez. So we recognize that per county regulations, we do need to build a connection to Avanupo, and we're happy to do it. We don't own that. There's an intervening parcel that separates our property from Avanupo. We made concerted effort to procure right-of-way through there so we could build the road. And, but we were unsuccessful in our efforts to procure that right-of-way from Rancho Viejo. And it's an important point with respect to our traffic analysis, because we could not determine the timing of when we could build that connection. Our traffic study does not assume we have that connection. And so I think that's an important distinction. But once there's right-of-way dedicated, we have no ability to compel Rancho Viejo to dedicate right-of-way. We don't. The only entity that has that ability is Santa Fe County.
How do you figure that?
Because the county has condemnation rights that, or in the event the parcel next door comes forward with a development request to Santa Fe County could impose a condition that they dedicate the right-of-way in accordance with the transportation plan. So there's a couple of different ways that could happen. But again, we're a private sector developer just the same way Rancho Viejo is a private sector developer. So we can't compel them to dedicate right-of-way to Santa Fe County.
You know, my opinion is you asking the county to do eminent domain on a piece of private property to help another piece of private property. You know, it's not for a public use. You're asking the county to do something to enable another private property to have access to a road. What you have to do is negotiate with Rancho Viejo. That's what you need to do. Asking county to bail you out on something is not, in my opinion, a good idea. You're asking the county to do a lot for you.
Thank you, Chairman Gonzalez and Commissioner Gonzalez. So I would say that this is a public benefit because the county's transportation plan and the community college district ordinance have said this roadway connection is important and it is reflected on the plans. We spent 5 months negotiating with Rancho Viejo, and so there was concerted good faith effort to procure that easement. And so we are happy to build the road. And per our traffic study, Mr. Gonzalez, we don't need the road. This project is not dependent on that roadway connection in order for our traffic circulation to function properly. The only reason we're showing the connection is because county regulations mandate it.
I understand that. I have another question on the land use compatibility. The proposed subdivision is compatible with the development patterns and lot sizes in the surrounding area. What is the surrounding area that you're comparing to?
So the primarily the surrounding area we're comparing to is what is comparable, which would be the Rancho Viejo community, the Turquoise Trail South community, the Colibri community. So within the village zone, So there's this very large village zone within the community college district that what we are proposing is consistent with that. And yes, we are also adjacent to an existing neighborhood. That is a defined district in the community college district as well. So the Violindo neighborhood to our west is an existing neighborhood. So yes, their lot pattern is different than ours. That's why we have buffered that neighborhood with 50 acres of open space that separates that neighborhood from us. As a village subdistrict, we have a requirement for certain types of density. It is the intent of the ordinance to cluster homes, preserve open space, and have higher density and provide affordable housing. That's the intent which we are meeting. And we do have an existing neighborhood next door, which we absolutely recognize. And that is why the open space is configured the way it is in order to provide a proper buffer to that neighborhood next door.
The other question I have is the surrounding neighborhood is Violindo, and those are
yes, as I mentioned, yes, sir.
2.5 acre lots. That's the closest area that's would be close to your subdivision, and you exclude them. You
so
another area
as
that's 1 or 2 miles away. You know,
yes.
Rancho Viejo is not compatible to your area. You're within a few miles from Rancho Viejo, and you have massive density in your area. You know, and then you're using the roads through their subdivision to benefit your high-density subdivision. I mean, I have trouble with that. Your comparison, I think, is a little off, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Anybody else?
I'd like to
Steve?
ask a question about traffic. So according to your analysis here, under various points of intersections here, you have this intersection number 1, New Mexico 14, 599. And you have intersection number 2, New Mexico 14 and Rancho Viejo. Now, did anybody try to analyze what's going to happen to the traffic between 1 and 2? This is this notorious section that for some reason the state highway department doesn't want to address, that we go from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes, back to 4 lanes, between those 2 sections there. And I noticed, I think one of your, in the interview with your hearing officer, I think it was Mr. Burks, I think he was referring to this exact same problem. Have you been in any discussions with the state highway department about this piece of road? Because that intersection 599 looks to be, it's not you're saying it's not your primary entrance, but clearly it's going to be an important entrance to your property.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gonzalez and commissioners. So as I mentioned, the traffic study, we go through a scoping process where we work with the Santa Fe County Public Works Department as well as the DOT to determine the scope of the study, which means which intersections are we required to analyze. So, the stretch of Highway 14 between 599 and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, there were no intersections identified in that stretch that we were required to analyze. Now, as I mentioned, we have to update this study with every single phase of development. So when we have another scoping meeting with the DOT and Santa Fe County Public Works to say, okay, we're updating our traffic study for phase 1. We re-scope it. And at that time, I anticipate, because there's a new signalized intersection at Fireplace that didn't exist when we scoped the study previously. That is why we have to update the study as we move forward, because conditions change on the ground. So I honestly fully anticipate that with the update for phase one, we are going to be studying that intersection because it's a new improvement that didn't exist previously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else? Okay. Let's see.
Mr. Chair, can I just and add into the record in regards to the roads that the connection from Highway 14 through Vista del Monte through the development into Avenue Po, those connections are all shown on the county's official maps and road network plans. So those were always intended to be connector roads and public roads.
Thank you, Vicky. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Yes, Jennifer. Is there anybody else that wants to make a presentation?
No, sir. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. Then I'm going to open it up to the public hearing. And I just want to let everybody know that whoever's going to speak, there's going to be a 2-minute limit. Getting kind of late, and so make sure that when you're ready to speak, make sure that you state your name and address, and you get sworn in before the recorder. And is there anybody out there that wants to speak in favor or against this project? Please come forward.
Mr. Chair, I see a couple of people with their hands raised. Judy Ross.
Yes, my name is Judy Ross, and I live at 31 South Arroyo Ridge, Santa Fe.
Ms. Ross?
Zip code is, yes?
May I swear you in, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I live in Rancho Viejo, just one cul-de-sac away from Avenida del Sur. And I'd like to make a comment about the traffic patterns. First of all, I want to comment on what Jennifer said, that if Avenida del Sur is the main access point, the question is, how do you get to Avenida del Sur? Your only two choices are Richards, which has some problems, and the other one is Rancho Viejo Boulevard. And Rancho Viejo Boulevard is a 2-lane road and has no shoulders. And as you get into within about 3/4 of a mile from Avenida del Sur, there are 5 stop signs. And the speed limit there is 15 miles per hour. So the thinking that you're going to be able to get off Highway 14 and zippity-doo-dah to Avenida del Sur it's a complete bottleneck. So I think people need to be cognizant of that. And the other thing is that the lots in Rancho Viejo that are closest to this subdivision are basically 1-acre lots. So I would affirm what Commissioner Gonzalez said about inconsistency there. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, the next speaker, anybody want to come forward?
Mr. Chair, I think the next person that raised their hand was Marsha Kaplan.
Okay.
So,
Please state your name and address and get sworn in.
Ms. Kaplan, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Marsha Kaplan, 15 Cimarron Pass in Rancho Viejo. And I swear to tell the truth. Yes, I swear to tell the truth.
Ms. Kaplan, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do. I do.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I do have a request because there are people that are saying that Rancho Viejo has refused to provide the right-of-way. Rancho Viejo is a community. You are dealing with the developer, there are those of us who live in Rancho Viejo who have no say in this matter. And so I'd just like to get that clarified, that it's not the residents of Rancho Viejo that have refused to, provide that right-of-way that you need. I'd also just like to mention that there is public transportation, Route 22. It goes past IAIA and it goes around to the rail runner stop. People talk about this area as if there's just nothing there. We're not near shopping or anything else, and we actually are. I mean, this development is not going to be much further away than those of us who live in Rancho Viejo. There's lots of access to shopping. In regard to the traffic, that is also my main concern. The fire station is on Rancho Viejo Boulevard. It provides fire protection to us, and there will definitely be a degradation in response time to Rancho Viejo because they will have to go through the intersection of Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur. Originally, that intersection was at an E and an F, which would have required mitigation. And in the first Essentia report in November of 2021, it's been changed to a C and D. I'd like to know on what basis that occurred.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have Warren Thompson.
Okay, please come forward and state your name and address for the recorder.
Mr. Thompson, I believe you're muted.
Warren Thompson, 50 West Saddle.
Mr.
Back
Thompson,
Mesa. Yes.
do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed, sir.
So I'm with Rancho Viejo, and 2 minutes is a little short, but I will try. Avenida del Sur is based on a conditional dedication plat for the roadway. It has conditions on it. I have talked with Essentia about it for the last year, I think we've made some headway there, but it requires them to consider all of our future development plans. Their traffic studies do not consider that. And so we don't know whether there are improvements that need to be made in phase one. I heard Jennifer say tonight that they were going to work on or present one with each subphase, but it would like to have more clarity there. With regard to the connection to Avenue Po, they talked to me about putting their whole development entrance over on that side, which we objected to. Nobody from Essentia or the county has asked me about this smaller connection in the past year. So I'm glad to hear that the county's willing to or at least Jennifer's claim that the county is willing to condemn to move the county road network forward. I would encourage you to look at those conditions that are in the dedication. I do not believe they're being met, and I think that that they should be. This was agreed to by the county when that dedication was put in place, and I think the county should be talking with us and with Essentia about how to do that. Our main point of contention is that Avenida del Sur should be extended to Highway 14 now with phase one. My time is up. I have plenty more to talk about if you ever want to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Next person, please come forward.
Mr. Chair, we have Patty Burke. Ms. Burke, you'll need to unmute yourself also.
Hi, ready to be sworn in.
Ms. Burke, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And your address, please.
My address is 14 Vista del Monte. I'm in the Valle Lindo subdivision. I've lived here for roughly since 1978. And it's an existing traditional rural neighborhood, 2.5 acre lots with one dwelling. We are, as Jennifer said, we are adjacent to their property. On the other side of their property, it's pristine grassland, prairie, what would you say? Rolling hills, beautiful, beautiful property. And then on the other side is Villa Serena, which is roughly one dwelling per 1.5 acres. So we're looking at their plan of 710 units in that 270 acres. Some of their lots are so tiny, little matchbox. I really don't believe that it is compatible with the intent of the community college district plan, the way it was supposed to be developed. And I was part of that planning group way back in the 90s. So I just want to point out that the water is a serious situation here for us. And with the 3,000 homes that are slated for construction, as well as 3,000 apartments, we've got 6,000 families that are entering into water needs. And I hope you guys saw the In Focus on Channel 5 on Friday, where they showed that the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District engineer showed that we're in dire straits. Our El Vado surface water is diminished. Rio Grande water is diminished. What I want to know is where is the water going to come from for this development? I feel really stressed right now because I'm at 5 seconds and I had 4 different issues to talk about. Is it okay if I add 2 more minutes?
No, we have to end it here. We're getting kind of late.
This is an important, very important meeting to us. I've waited 2 hours. I didn't have the correct links to get on the WebEx. This is something that it's very concerning to me that you're not giving adequate, fair
Okay, Patty, go ahead. I'll give you another 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. So anyway, I wanted to talk about the landlocked situation that Ascensia wants to develop in. They just, they want to use our local roads, and if you could just come out here and do a drive-through to see just what they're talking about, to put 700 families in addition to the Calibri residents that is 250 more families onto Highway 14. It will pose traffic impacts that I do not see. And also, I don't see it on their plan that the State Highway Department has recognized the impacts that will have on the Highway 14. So I believe they've got some real serious transportation issues. They are landlocked, and I don't see how they can get that done. I really feel like they are neglecting all of the issues that we've brought forth in all of the previous meetings. They're just moving forward. I wanted to talk about the notification for this meeting. There was one sign on Highway 14 and 599. It was on a very traffic heavy intersection. There was no other notification to people in my subdivision, which they say it's right adjacent to their property. So I just feel as though we are being neglected, and I want to petition you to consider opposing this as it is right now.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else on camera, but if anyone else would like to speak, they can unmute themselves. Again, if you're calling in, you would have to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Anybody out there that wants to speak in favor or against this, please come forward.
Yes, I would like to speak.
Please state your name and
Hello?
address and get sworn in. You still there? If you want to speak, please come forward with your name and address and get sworn in. Any speakers out there?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Yes, please state your name and address and get sworn in.
Yes, Christy Thomas, 15 Lewis Lane.
Ms. Thomas, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. I just have some very quick questions regarding traffic, and I know somebody earlier mentioned it on the panel, the board, but I just don't think that the traffic is being addressed as in coming down from, Vista Del Monte from 599.
Anybody else out there? It looks like we lost the last person. Please come forward and speak.
Yes, hello?
Yes,
hello?
please,
Yes, hello. I got disconnected. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want the traffic to be addressed that will be coming down Vista Del Monte to enter into this new subdivision. We live right on the border of this new subdivision, and I know that Jennifer has addressed that they're giving a buffer and all of these things, but it has not been addressed, the amount of traffic that'll be driving down our road, and with that road not being paved, addressed, they said minor improvements will be made. I don't think that it's adequate amount of attention being applied to that heavy traffic that's going to be coming down a rural road that's gravel and dirt. Subcontractors coming down there, concrete trucks, all of the traffic. I mean, it's just going to be crazy amount of traffic, and it's just not being addressed. I would like for that to be addressed.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
I think I would just like, I would suggest that maybe everybody visit the site and just see what the traffic is going to look like coming into this new subdivision with 700 potential homes coming in. I think that it would just behoove everybody to come out and really visit the site and really see what is going to be involved in building 700 homes.
All right. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else out there wants to speak?
Hello?
Hello. Please state your name and your address and get sworn in.
Mark Ewing, 18 Camino Vista Grande, Santa Fe.
Mark, would you spell your last name, please?
EWING.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth, sir?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Well, I have several concerns, but 2 minutes doesn't allow me to really address them. However, water, I think, is a huge issue that reminds me of the fire that's going on where they approve a burn and then look what it turns into, a big disaster. I feel that is going to happen with Santa Fe, and that's a big concern of mine. In addition to that, the traffic, as everyone else is concerned with, the impact on current homeowners, such as myself in the Valle Lindo subdivision, and increase in taxes and whatnot, is driving people out of Santa Fe. And this is just attracting people who have money that want to move in here and have this high lifestyle. Law enforcement hasn't been addressed. We don't even have enough police officers for the population we currently have. What are we going to do about that? I don't know about city and county services and the infrastructure, how we're going to deal with that either. And it's just, I don't think a lot of these issues have been addressed in detail and really researched, and especially the water. And the Rio Grande Valley from Colorado all the way down to Las Cruces is currently in a terrible situation. Our lakes, Elephant Butte is in a terrible state, along with all the other major lakes around here. And the farmers are unable to raise their crops due to the lack of water. And this water, I don't know where these water rights are coming from. They're on paper, but I don't know about the real water. And I just have big concerns about this. And I just don't think it's being addressed. They think it's going to be there, that, oh yeah, we bought water rights, yeah, on paper, and it's not going to be long before we don't have water.
Okay,
and
sir, sir, your 2 minutes is up. Thank you for your input, okay?
Yeah, right, thank you.
Okay, who's next out there? Anybody else out there that wants to speak?
Mr. Chair, we did receive a comment under the chat feature on WebEx requesting to give the speakers another 2 minutes. So it would be at the discretion of the Chair and Planning Commission whether they want to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that again?
That we received a request under the chat feature in WebEx to allow the speakers an additional 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, well, it looks like we're almost done with the speakers.
I believe, yes, Mr. Chair, it looks like we're done with everyone who's already spoken, but I believe what they're requesting is to allow them an additional 2 minutes, those who have already spoken.
No, it's getting kind of late. I just think I think we need to continue, and well, I think we just need to close the public hearing by now.
Mr. Chair, if people have other comments, they would also have the option to type those into the chat feature, and we can make that part of the record.
That'd be fine. Okay. So, having said that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and for discussion or a motion. Yes. Oh, let me go back a little bit. Jennifer, do you want to do any kind of rebuttal?
Thank you, Chairman Gonzalez and Commissioners. Just a couple of really quick comments. I would like to state that we will absolutely reach out to Mr. Thompson with the Rancho Viejo Development Group regarding this connection to Abanupo. We have not spoken about it recently, and so we're happy to revisit it with them, and hopefully maybe we can come to some agreement about that. And so we will definitely do that in advance of the BCC hearing. And just a reminder with respect to the traffic conditions, this is a conceptual plan. This conceptual plan gets approved. There's not going to be, we're looking years before there's one house, one new car on the road. So this is a snapshot of what we know about today. And then as we proceed, there's going to be new traffic studies with each phase of development that will be reviewed as part of each subdivision plat application for each phase that will be reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners. So the scope will change. There'll be new intersections added, maybe others deleted from the scope. There's going to be new background traffic with respect to new development in Rancho Viejo. There's a lot of elements that are going to evolve as the project progresses over time. So I think it's an important distinction. So I just wanted to point that out. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Frank?
Yeah, the biggest problem I have is the connection from Avenida del Sol and Vista del Monte. It seems to me that if I were to be in that subdivision, I would not really want to drive up Avenida del Sol through the community college traffic and all the way up to there, and I get so far as to I-25, and guess what? There's not an intersection there yet. Maybe someday there will be, but there's not. I would think that I'm going to immediately want to go due west on Vista del Monte to I-25 and zoom up I-25 to St. Francis, or maybe even to Old Pecos Trail, depending on where I'm going into the city. And I just think that that's got to be done before the first house is finished. And I would be curious as to why that isn't why that isn't a condition.
Thank you, Frank. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair.
Commission? JJ. Steve.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to just direct this question to staff because this seems to be the major concern of most of the callers. The major concern is water. So, for the record, can you go over for us where exactly this 136 acre-feet of water is coming from? I mean, we have the approval letters, I understand that, but I think residents really want to know where is the water coming from to meet this demand?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'd take that this is on the county water system. And so it would be coming through the Buckman Direct Diversion. Before they move forward with a phase one or any of their phases, they would have to get a water service agreement approved by the board. And at that point, the board tallies up how many water rights they have, and they would then enter into an agreement. So it would all be subject, like every single subdivision we have that hooks up to the county water system is subject to the Board of County Commissioners approving a water agreement.
So did I understand you to say that it's coming through the county water system, right? But the developer is going to have to show water rights?
The developer may well need to bring water rights or pay for the water rights because there's water rights and there's wet water. So what I'm understanding is, is that the Utilities Department has said that they believe they're ready, willing, and able, which means that they believe that they have the water availability to serve this project. But as the final plats come through for all the subdivisions that get approved, they will need to prove that they can meet the water service agreement, which will either have a payment or it will have water rights being bought, and the wet water is coming through the Buttman Direct Diversion.
But essentially, it's coming from the diversion.
That's correct. That's where the majority of the county water is coming from with backup wells.
So it's coming from the Rio Grande.
Through the county water system, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I asked that in lieu of everybody else wanting to know what this is.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? JJ?
Mr. Chair, I've got a list of about 20 questions I have, but in the time that we've been limited here, I think we're ready to kind of wrap this up. But I've got a lot of questions, and one of the things is, like Mr. Kren says, where the water's coming from. Well, it's coming from the BDD, but when that diversion goes down below a certain number of acre feet, they shut it down. So the county isn't going to be able to retrieve water from the BDD. So they have to make an agreement for the city of Santa Fe to get water in storage for this development. So that's a big question. And also the ready, willing, and able letter that the utility director gave the developer expires in April 2023. The letter is good for 1 year. It's in your packet. So in 1 year, this whole thing expires. And I think that this development is not compatible with the surrounding area. They're sending all their traffic down, like Mr. Frank said, Avenida Vista Montesol. That's the shortest route to there. Who wants to navigate Richards Avenue or Rancho Viejo Boulevard in rush hour? The community college there's a lot of traffic. So they're not being really upfront with us the way the traffic is going to go to that subdivision. And trying to get Warren Thompson to give him easement from Rancho Viejo, and he's the one that probably owns most of the subdivision. He's not going to do it. And they asked the county, to condemn a private property for a private use. This is a private subdivision. So with all that being said, I still have lots of questions, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, I just want to put out there that it looks like we're going to have to take 2 votes, one on the variance and one on the conceptual plan recommendation. Okay, so if anyone, whenever anyone's ready to make a motion or something, I guess we should probably start with the variance first. Frank?
Yeah, I would make a motion to deny the variance on the basis of the fact that the multi-family housing is less expensive. It will make more affordable housing available, or housing that is more affordable. It's always hard to say what is affordable, and it's different for different people, but it will put in that subdivision a certain number of houses that are less expensive than what they're planning, and that would be a positive thing.
Okay, we have a motion from Frank. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a couple seconds. So I think Steve is the first one. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so the variance does not pass. Okay, let's take a vote.
Chairman, before we vote on what you're about to say is the next motion, according to the submission, it states that if the variance doesn't pass, the applicant is going to have to go back and redesign what they were doing. So I'm wondering if a motion for this act is moot at this point.
It's conceptual, so what do you think, Vicky?
Mr. Chair, Commission members, staff actually had a condition, condition number 22 that we had added that states if the Planning Commission does not grant approval of the variance, then the conceptual plan application will need to be revised to reflect the mix of housing types before the case is heard by BCC unless an appeal is filed. So Unless the applicant appeals the Planning Commission's decision on the variance, we would require them to amend the conceptual plan before it goes to the County Commission before the case is heard in a public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners.
So then we still need to vote on the conceptual approval or not?
Mr. Chair, yes, there would need to be a vote on the conceptual plan as well.
But it's going to change drastically, I assume.
Mr. Chair, Commission members, the conceptual plan will change, and it's actually the Board of County Commissioners that has the final authority on the conceptual plan. So the changes in accordance with the Planning Commission's decision will be reflected, and the board will make the final decision on that.
Okay. Okay, well, let's take a... Do I have anything for the conceptual motion, a motion or anything for the conceptual plan recommendation? What's JJ?
Well, Mr. Chair, I move to deny case number 215140.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say all opposed? No. Can we take a vote? A roll call vote?
Deny?
In favor of the motion or against it?
In favor of the motion standing.
In favor of the motion.
Oppose the motion?
Oppose the motion.
Support the motion.
Okay. Motion passes. All right. So, Jennifer, did you get that? Okay. Thank you
Yes,
all for attending.
Chairman. Yes, Chairman Gonzalez, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where's my agenda? Communications from the commission members. Anybody got anything? Okay. Communications from the attorney. Okay. Matters from land use staff.
Mr. Chair, we don't have any matters to address this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next regular scheduled planning commission meeting is July 21st, 2022. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
I so moved.
A second? We're adjourned. Thank you all.